Thank you. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning once again. May we also request our participants to please use your name as well as what school are you connected, or what offices or program or department, or even your places so that we can easily acknowledge you. Thank you. To our dear participants, may we also remind you to constantly check on your microphone and please put it on mute.
Assalamualaikum. Good morning. Good morning, Ma'am Bai.
Good morning.
Hello.
Doon si Ma'am Taya.
Ma'am Bay?
Yes, good morning po. Opo.
Nakamute man mo sa akin.
Ha? Pangalan mo dito dito.
Assalamualaikum. Good morning po, Ma'am Doc Din.
Waalaikumsalam, ma'am.
Fairness, ang dami niyong kuan, girl. Ay, oo. Ha?
Good morning. We would like to acknowledge the presence of our dear graduate dean, Dr. Karhata Diamalon. Good morning, Doc. Time check, it's already 8:26 in the morning. So a few minutes from now, we will start our webinar.
Okay, good morning once again po. For those who just joined the meeting, may we request you to please click the attendance link shared by Doc by Sheena Balabaran Kusain in the chat box. And you can also state your school, what you are, where you are connected, your offices, and other programs or departments so that we can acknowledge you. Thank you. Yung PR, i-submit mo lang ha.
Na, bang ganito ka makuate. Oy. Di ako magkidya may ito kasi natawarin.
Problema pa rin mga variation ng mga pagkin pagtanong ng mga mawa para tutukuha na through COS and mga kaya pagtanong yan sir is hindi pagkasa na bali yung mga papel for reason sa variation na nasa table pa daw ni Ma'am Aileen. Until now.
Ano si Ate Aileen Saman?
Bukan sa tawon mo.
Once again, good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you, and welcome to our webinar on structural violence. Thank you for joining us today. Again, we would like to greet my partner, of course, in facilitating this webinar, Doc Naila Nitimbang. A pleasant morning to you, Doc.
Yes, good morning, Ma'am Doc Claire.
Yes, so Ma'am Naila, we would like also to greet our participants. No, we are so happy seeing them all on screen, and we are still accepting and waiting for the other participants. And to our dear classmates, the class of PD710 under our course professor, Dr. Noradin B. Salam, the host of this virtual event. This meaningful activity would serve as a partial fulfillment of the requirements for our subject. We are so grateful for your responses on our invitation. Good morning, Dr. Noradin Salam. Good morning, classmates. Doc Naila.
Yes, thank you very much, Doc Claire. May I also request our participants to please use your name as well as what school are you connected, offices, programs, or departments, or even your places so that we can easily acknowledge you. Of course, our dear participants. May we also request to please click the attendance link shared by Doc by Sheena Balabaran Kusain in the chat box, and you can also drop your morning greetings to everyone in the chat box. Thank you. Back to you, Ma'am Claire.
Okay, thank you. So at this juncture, time check is 8:31, and we will still have about, we will going to start our webinar now. So I would like to give courtesies to our CSU School President, Dr. Sema G. Dilna, Dean of the Graduate School, Dr. Tarhata S. Diamalon, Program Head of Peace Development, Dr. Jose Arnold Alvarez, Program Head of Education, Dr. Abdul Saeed Shaikh, our PD710 Professor, Dr. Noradin B. Salam, other school officials who are in attendance today in our webinar, our distinguished resource speakers, and we will be meeting them later. So good morning, ma'am and
Yes.
sir, classmates, and to our dear participants, and of course, Doc Naila, can we acknowledge also our class officers in our subject?
Yes, Ma'am Doc Claire. So I am also pleased to acknowledge our class president, Doc Fahad B. Abdullah, and of course, yours truly, Naila B. Timbang, the class president, vice president, and our secretary, Doc Bayrani Sinsuwat, and of course, our ever active class treasurer and the overall IT of this class and webinar as well, Doc Baishina Balabaran Kusain. To my co-participants in this webinar, welcome po for today's webinar. So before we proceed on the proper webinar, let us all be reminded to our house rules for this webinar. So let me read to you the house rules. First, kindly turn off your cameras for turn on your cameras for recognition. If you wish to turn it off, it's also allowed. We will respect that. Second, put your microphones on mute when someone is speaking or presenting. Third, for your question and concerns, please use our chat box, which is located on the left side of your screens. And number four, during the presentation, we are requesting everyone, and everyone is encouraged to take down notes and list down possible questions you would like to raise after, so that it will be recognized later. And Doc Claire, what is the flow of our webinar? Can you tell us more about it?
Yes, Doc Naila. So for today's webinar, we're very lucky to have this opportunity to listen and learn from our distinguished resource speakers. So for this morning, we will have three topics. The first topic is about conflict and violence, to be followed by the topic 2, which is all about typology of violence. And probably at 10:30 a.m., we will listen to the third topic, which is the structural violence in the context of Bangsamoro. After these three topics, you can expect each speaker to have the floor for about 15 to 20 minutes, and we'll conduct a short Q&A at the end of this morning and afternoon session. If you have any questions during the webinar, as what Doc Naila mentioned a while ago, please type them into the chat box. We will address them during the Q&A forum. And after that, this will be followed by the awarding of the certificates of appreciation to our speakers. And we will also be having interactive games. And the exciting part here is we will be giving prizes on this, no? So bear with us throughout our session. After taking our lunch break at exactly 1 p.m., we will resume the session and by having another interactive games. And we will proceed immediately to our fourth topic, which is gender-based violence. This is based on Indians' perspective. And the last interesting topic is the living with justice and compassion. And we have international speakers all the way from India and Bangladesh. Again, our speakers will be entertaining your questions during the open forum. And before we will end the session, we will have the giving of certificates of appreciation to our resource speakers and to our dear participants who will also be receiving your digital certificates of participation through your email. So don't forget to place in your correct email address in your attendance form. Thank you. So Doc Naila.
Yes, Ma'am Doc Claire. So time check, it's now 8:36 in my watch. So perhaps while we are waiting for our webinar proper, may we request Doc Baishina to play the CSU hymn. Ma'am Doc, bye Shin. Hello, Ma'am Doc.
Ma'am Naila, maybe she has a technical problem on that. So we can proceed now.
Yes. Okay. So, once again, good morning. We are about to start our webinar this time. So, since this event is deemed significant, let us officially commence our virtual gathering today by a prayer to be led us by Doc Abdul Rashid Mantikayan and to be followed by the singing of our national anthem. Doc Abdul Rashid.
Let us all pray. Amin Rabbal Alamin. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki yaumiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim. Ghairil maghdubi 'alaihim waladdallin. Dear God, thank you for all the blessings you have bestowed upon us. We are truly grateful for them. Thank you for allowing us today to meet virtually and share our knowledge and time with one another. Bless all our professors in this university, the Cotabato State University, who give their heart to teaching. Thank you for the special gift that you have given them and for giving them a spirit of grace and compassion. May they have strength and endurance to perform their many tasks, and they may know and feel the deep gratitude of those whom they teach. May you also extend your divine wisdom to our speakers so that they would be able to impart effectively their God-given knowledge to all of us. May they be blessed as they continue to bring their expertise to people who need them. Shower our speakers today of your greatest inspiration so that they may share the most of their knowledge, heart, and soul to their respective topics. Bless the participants as well so that they would be able to glean the vital information from this activity. May we absorb the invaluable knowledge, experiences, so that after this webinar, we may go out to spread and put it into practice what we may learn today. Allahumma rabbana atina fid dunya hasana wa fil akhirati hasana wa qina adzabannar. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Pa-stop screen share po, please.
Ma'am Baishin, National Anthem. Thank you. At this point, we request Ma'am Baishina to play the national anthem. Thank you.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Ano yan? Oh, ano man? PM? PNP? At this point, we shall give due recognition to the most important people of this event. They are the primary reason of this virtual gathering. Who are these people? Well, I'm referring to you, dear participants. This webinar wouldn't be possible without your presence. So may I call in Doc July Jean L. Benito and Doc Bayalia Kabagani to acknowledge the participants today.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I am Julian El Benito.
And Aliyah Benito Kabagani.
So we are assigned for the acknowledgement of our participants. So before we acknowledge you, please type your name of agencies, organizations, schools that you are connected, and then your name so that we can recognize or acknowledge you. So as of now, we have Laugo Catalina A from BSBA MK to a CSU Cotabato City, and
Ma'am Fatima S. Daglog, Kabuntalan Central Elementary School, Maguindanao 2 Division.
we also like to acknowledge Ma'am Tarhata Gamalon, our CSU Grad School Dean, and of course, our course professor, Dr. Nuruddin Salam, and the PD710 students, and of course, Ma'am Aisa S. Ali. So we will recognize you when after the next part of this program. Okay, just type your organization, agency, schools that you are connected so that we can acknowledge you. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc July and Doc Bayalia. Once again, welcome and good morning to all. We appreciate you taking time off your busy schedule to join us today. So we hope you will learn a lot, and I know this would be a fruitful and engaging webinar. So, Ma'am Naila, Doc Naila.
Yes, thank you, Doc Claire. So, ladies and gentlemen, to formally open and to give us the words of welcome, it is my distinct privilege to introduce to you our very brilliant and energetic Dean of the Graduate School, Dr. Tarhata S. Gemalon. Let's give her a virtual round of applause. Good morning, Doc.
Good
Yes.
morning. Yes. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First and foremost, please allow me to extend my gratitude to the organizers of this webinar, to the professor, one of my partner in the peace building, Dr. Nuruddin Salam, to the program head, Dr. Jose Arnold Alvarez, and of course to our very own President, Dr. Semaji Dilna. And of course, to all participants this morning. You know, this kind of learning activity is of high importance and relevance, considering our challenging situation in the academe brought by the COVID-19 pandemic. Moreover, this topic on structural violence is equally significant to put on the table, not only to talk about the nitty-gritty of structural violence, but to think and to plan concrete actions on how are we going to provide solutions on the matter. Luckily, for many of us who can still live way beyond the basics, Alhamdulillah. However, we know very well that there is a considerable number of Filipinos, of Bangsamoros, who cannot neither fulfill their basic needs nor live a life of comfort. And violence is one of the hindrances that barred us from this comfort. Violence has been long in existence and cuts across nations, culture, and even gender. Again, I would like to go back with my previous statement that after this activity, may we reflect and discern on the ways of providing solutions to the problems at hand. It doesn't matter how small or big your contribution is. What's important is you are engaging as a part of the solution in providing an atomic habit, or shall I say, consistent, relevant, and timely solutions. With that, thank you very much, and wassalam.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tarhata Gamelon, the Dean of the Graduate School, for that wonderful remarks. Thank you, Doc. Now we know what we came here for. What do you think our goals of being here today? So at this point, may we call in our very supportive course professor, Dr. Nuruddin Salam, to give the rationale of the program. Doc Salam.
Yes,
Good morning.
I'm laudable now.
Yes, Doc. Loud and clear.
Okay. Assalamualaikum everyone. Good morning. I would like to congratulate the structural violence class. With my respect to the college president, Dr. Semadilna, the ever-energetic Dean of the Graduate College, Dr. Tarhata Gemalon, the program head of the department, Dr. Jose Arnold Alvarez, the class president, and students, and my other students who are present from undergraduate. This morning is a significant day for us, where it's a post-election period where new bureaucracy can occur rather in the present governance. So whether we like it or not, we are living in a changing environment where the dynamic of differences and conflict situations and violence, like our dean mentioned a while ago, that the violence is very challenging in our part. So we need to cope up with the challenges we are in now, especially talking about the structural violence, which considered by the peace advocates as a most worst form of violence happening around the world, not only in the local but around the world. So structural violence is a violence happening in the system And we could not prevent this to happen because this is actually manipulated in the structure of the government or the agencies or in the system. This kind of violence became causes of physical violence because unjust system of society, including corruption and other unfavorable situations in the lives of human beings could cause somehow disparity and inequitable situations. Therefore, human being would not cope with this challenge. Otherwise, the solution they immediately think is using of violence so they can achieve their common setup, which also used during time of pandemic. So we try to explore on this. Okay, so yeah, this kind of situation. Hello. Okay, may I continue?
Yes, Doc. Yes, Doc. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Okay, shortly, sorry for the network. The changing environment where not everyone knows what is structural violence. So we need to understand structural violence in the context of peace and development, where everyone is affected in the midst of the conflict and cultural violence happening now. We need to understand, internalize that conflict is happening anytime and can affect individuals' life. So therefore, this kind of approach in teaching, as commonly we call it webinar, could help us understand the reach out, the peace education. Even though we are in the time of pandemic, we can communicate and we can really make conversations, even using a distant strategy or learning strategy. So through this, I know that everyone, all of you are prepared enough to conduct the activity and learn more from the sharings and inputs given by our facilitators and speakers this morning. So through this, I'd like to congratulate everyone for having this activity and thanking the Dean and the President for allowing us to conduct this activity. So may Allah bless us all the times and provide us blessing with our family and our community. Thank you and wassalam. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Doc Salam, for enlightening us with the rationale of this program. So at this point, we will be inspired by a message from our CSU President, I hope Doc President is already in the loop. Andito na ba si Doc?
I think it's not around Ma'am Naila. He's not
Yeah,
in the
yeah,
session
yeah.
yet. Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
so we'll get back to him later na lang po. Okay, so
Yes.
perhaps we can now proceed to the introduction, or if everyone is now ready, I hope we are all ready now to listen to our resource speakers of this webinar. So at this point, may I request Doc Ami P. Padernal and Doc Rani Yusin Sawat to introduce our resource speaker. Dockies.
So good morning and assalamu alaikum. Today, this task of introducing the speaker is a great privilege. I know this one is a bit difficult, but the thought that they are all men and women of virtue and simplicity, I feel elated to introduce them to everyone this morning. Our first speaker is an advocate of peace and women empowerment, especially in the Bangsamoro, and she is also the founder of Pilumbayan, Engaging Minds, Reaching Hearts, a young women's organization that strives to empower their fellow young women in the Bangsamoro in order to realize their full potentials and encourage them to participate in political decision-making process affecting them. She currently serves as a Peace Program Officer of the Ministry of Public Order and Safety, or MPOS, of the Bangsamoro government. She is recognized as an SGD5 Youth Champion during the Young Leaders Unite 2019 Mindanao leg organized by MYDC in Davao City, Philippines. She is also a fascinating individual, and we are grateful for her presence among us today. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming our first speaker, who is none other than Ms. Siti Janine Gamao. Moving forward for our next speaker, if one takes a closer look at the alchemy of achieving person, two distinct virtues pop up. Besides perseverance and hard work, these are pioneering spirits and willingness to volunteer. So our next speaker today is a peace builder and a volunteer worker. Is the founder of and chairperson of the Volunteers Initiatives in Bridging Empowering Society, or VIBES. It is a youth-serving organization and addresses issues on youth, peace, security, as well as education and environment. Did I mention that he is also a devoted Catholic? He is a branch leader of the Ang Lingkod ng Panginoon, or ALNP Cotabato. He currently serves as the Chief of the Planning and Management Division under the Office of the Cabinet Minister, Technical Management Service of the Bangsamoro government. Known for his positive and motivational attitude towards peace issues, his dynamic range of acquaintances, and sense of adventure that knows few bounds. I would like to introduce Dr. Lou Ivan Castillon. Please give him a round of applause. The next speaker will be introduced by Ms. Ami Padernal. Ma'am? Doc Ami, please introduce the next speaker.
Doc Rani, hello, can I interrupt?
Yes, go ahead, ma'am.
Can we give the screen to first to our speaker, Doc Ivan Lo Castillon?
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Maybe,
I will.
maybe ma'am may is not technical problem.
Okay, hello once again, good morning. Anything else? Can I screen share? Change my. I'm still disabled.
Ma'am Baishin, screen share po si Doc.
Okay. Is it already okay?
Yes, Doc, loud and clear po.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, Doc.
Sige. Thank you so much once again. Good morning, and would like to thank this opportunity that I will be able to share some inputs also on the typology of the violence. But before that, I'd like to acknowledge and thank Dr. Terhata Isyamalon, the Dean of the College of Graduate College, and then Dr. Norodin Isalam, my professor also before, and also Dr. Sema G. Dilna, our school president, and also Dr. Jose Arnold Alferez, no, our program head on peace and development. And today, I will share to you some inputs about typology of violence, where in fact, the prerequisite of this input should be the basics of peace and conflict, no, or the basic of violence and conflict. But I will run through and I will try to capture some of the inputs that needs to be shared, especially if it indicates some sort of grasping, no, what is this violence, or what are those violence that we can uh, observe, feel, or experience, no, in different perspectives, no. Actually, this session, no, will be aims to explain the various forms of violence and some inputs, no, on non-violent ways or principles, no, in solving conflicts, no. I add up also some non-violent conflicts principles or ways, no, on resolving conflict. And okay, if we talk about violence, no, it consists of actions, words, call this attitudes, structures, no, or systems that cause physical, psychological, social, or environmental damage, and or prevent people from reaching their full potential. So, if we look at this, no, we see violence, no, not as a mere physical, but in different aspects, no. It could be actions that's a very direct physical. It could be words, no. It could be hateful speech and so on. Attitudes, no. It could be structure or systems. that somehow we can only experience this through its manifestation. No? There are some aspects that we can dig into this, but later I will share to you later on what are those structures that may think no considered to be there is structural violence. But then BT Reardon no is a peace educator who has made a significant contributions to the fields, defines violence as humanly inflicted harm. No, so humanly inflicted harm, it captures things that human beings uh, inflicted harm to others. No, it could be in a form of direct or indirect. No, something like that. So, as we can discuss here, that I presume that you have discussed that already in the previous talk, which is about the basics of, uh, of conflict and violence. No, as you have discussed about peace, Johan Galtong said about that explains that peace is the absence of violence. No, not only personal or direct, but also structural or indirect. No, the manifestations of structural violence are highly uneven distribution of wealth, no, and resources, as well as uneven distribution of power to decide over the distribution of the said resources. Paano natin ito makikita? You can capture this especially if you see people who are sabihin natin, there's a big gap between the rich and the poor. We cannot say directly na tamad ang tao, it's because they are poor because they are tamad. We cannot directly say that they're complacent because they did not do their best, or they did not plan ahead, because at times the system made them where they are now. They're poor not because they're tamad. They're poor because the system made them poor, and made them become poorer because of the structural violence in the system. So that is the very essence of of identifying the structural violence in our system. So hence he says that in both the absence of personal or direct violence, the presence of social justice, and that is captured now in Johan Galton. I think the first speaker can talk about that later on. Now, violence is emotional. Also, it captures the heart, or things, the feelings. No, verbal, physical, personal, interpersonal, institutional, or social structural behavior and condition that dominates, no, diminishes, no, dehumanizes, no, or destroys ourselves or others. So violence or structural violence or violence per se does not only focus on the things that we do to others or the things others do to ourselves, but things that we do to ourselves. No? That is the very essence of that's how we capture violence. So what are the types of violence? No, so according to Johan Galtong, no, there are two types of violence. No, the physical or direct violence, and also the structural violence. I already discussed that. No, that the physical or direct violence is just it could be actions towards you. It could be the direct violence. It could be a verbal assault. That could be part of violence. Bullying, that's part of violence. Hate speech, that's part of violence. So that's the very essence now of that is the essence of physical or direct violence. And the structural violence, it could be part of the policy. It could be the system, the strict bureaucracy, or at some point the things, the inaccessibility of resources, of services of the government. That could be part of the structural violence. That's according to Johan Galtong. So I will share to you the very gist now of my discussion, which is typology of violence, no, according to Tushwihin and and Virginia Cawagas in 1987. No? Other forms of violence, no, described, no, in the conceptual mark of violence that was done by Tuswihin and Virginia Cawagas, no, in 1987. It is a typology na, that indicates the various types or forms of violence and some examples or illustrations of each type in personal, no, personal, interpersonal, social, and global levels. No? So let's try to. There's the level in the upper part, and then the form in the vertical part. No, for example, how can we identify the direct and then personal? For example, suicide. No, that's part of direct physical violence, and that is personal because the suicide is inflicting harm to oneself. No, drug abuse, that could be part also of a personal, and then both in a form of direct or physical. No, how about interpersonal, and it's direct or physical? For example, domestic violence. It's about violent crimes. No, it could be stabbing, punching. That could be part of interpersonal if it involves other persons or other parties. No, so that is interpersonal. How about national, and it is direct or physical? How national or global, no, level of violence, no, manifested? For example, national iniquities, no, poverty, hunger. Those are direct or physical violence, no, inflicted to the citizens. Those are considered to be a direct and physical. No, it direct affects the people. It directs affect, no, individual persons. No, and then if it is global, no, conventional war or nuclear war, war itself, human rights abuses. It's a general. It could be national also, and it could be global. No, it's direct and physical violence. No, the human rights abuses. And how about structural, economic, or political? And then how can this be in the level of personal? The sense of powerlessness. You don't have the power to do. You don't have the freedom to choose. You don't have the capacity to reach out, to do your things. That could be part of structural, economic, or political, but in a personal level. Uh, it's still okay? Am I still okay lang ba na? Okay lang po yung
Yes,
pan natin.
yes, Doc.
Okay, thank you so much. And then of course, if it is in interpersonal or community, for example, same thing with local inequalities. There's strong discrepancy, inequalities, especially family A has the access to social services. Family B don't have access to social services because they don't have uh, the link or the persons who they whom can reach to. So something like that. That could be part of interpersonal or community level, structural, economic, or political violence. For example, in the national or in global, there is a national equalities, poverty, hunger, corruption. That could be part of the structural, economic, and political. If you may ask, this dynasties or political dynasties can be level in a form of structural or political violence. Maybe it depends on the opportunity, because at some point it is a structure, it is a political violence or structural violence because it provides opportunity for a few people who can only access or be selected, no, to be leaders, no, in the community. That could be part of a political or structural violence. We don't have a policy or laws that can hinder them to do so. So they have the power already, and the power that they can execute and work on it's already on the advantage and the disadvantage of the few who don't have earlier access to this. So that could be part of structural or political violence. The hunger, poverty is not just a direct and physical. It could be structural, economic, and political. There's so many instances, no, and policies or researches, no, that captures that poverty is not about having food, no, in the table, but poverty involves everything, no, every social services, security or social security, no, or social protection, no, that they need, no, in order to survive, no. So that's the structure that involves in hunger and poverty. It's a very broad, no, broad problem, but this problem is not a mere physical or direct, because it is rooted also in structure and in political aspect. So how about in sociocultural and psychological? For example, in personal, it is low self-esteem, anxiety, alienation. That could be part of psychological or sociocultural personal level of violence. How about interpersonal, sociocultural? So it is in the level wherein um, prejudices, no, cultural domination or racial discrimination, sexism, racism, no, religious intolerance. It is involved in socio-cultural and psychological in the level of interpersonal and community. So yun, dun na papasok yung mga what do we call this, issues natin on racial discrimination, something like that, no. And how about in global, no, prejudice, the same thing, no, cultural domination, same with religious intolerance, sexism, racism. Those are things that also belongs to socio-cultural and psychological. And aside from all this, no, we have also ecological level of violence, no. With this, we can say that the violence is not only covers those in those things that inflicted uh, to others, to ourselves, but also it captures the inflicted harm to our environment. So that's why we have the ecological form of violence, which is, if it is personal, overconsumption, no. What is that overconsumption, no? Overconsumption, it is dito nagkakaroon ng maraming waste products, no. Overconsumptions, it could be that could lead also to gluttony. Sabi nga nila, di ba? Gluttony kills more than a sword, no? It could also lead to direct and physical, no? So that is also intention of ecological. We have overconsumption also in interpersonal, and because of the waste that we can produce out of that, the pollution, no, that could be part also the interpersonal community in ecological form. What is on the national and global? Same thing: overconsumption, pollution, chemical and biological warfare, nuclear power, radiation. So those things are in the level of national, global, on an ecological form of violence. Nasusundan naman po ako, no?
Yes, Doc. Yes, Doc.
Okay, thank you so much. If you have some queries and clarifications later on, we can discuss that after in the space provided or in the time provided for us for an open forum. But if you can interrupt, no, for a while for some sort of clarification during my discussion, you can do so. And aside from this, no, we have also, according to Britt Brooke Otnino in 1989, there are two kinds of violence daw, no. Notes that direct violence can be, if he talks about the direct and physical violence, it can be categorized, no, as organized and unorganized. No, organized violence now refers to war, which she describes as organized and collective, which occurs between states or within a state. No, unorganized violence includes yung wife battering, rape, child abuse, and street crime. Those are unorganized. No? She also notes that indirect violence can either shorten lifespan or reduce quality of life. No? She cited economic structures that lead to unequal chances, as well as a repression of the freedom of speech and of choice, and repression of one's fulfillment, no, as features of fulfillment as features of indirect violence. No, if we have the if we have that structure that we cannot speak what we want, no, especially in expressing our freedom, but please be reminded that our freedom also limits, no, is limited if we reach, no, the freedom of others, and as long as we are accountable and we are responsible in doing everything. So that is part also of violence. Now, if we look at how our discussions, no, we talked about violence. If we talk about physical structural violence, we discuss about typology of violence. It could be personal, community, interpersonal, national, global, and inform in direct physical, structural, socio cultural, psychological, and ecological. And also we have that violence as organized and unorganized. Now, let's have some sort of what are the common traditional ways to respond to violence? How do we usually respond if we have violence? No, we have observed, experience it. Ano yung karaniwang nating ginagawa? So there are four, no, sinasabi dito. Avoiding the violence, that's the one. No, we avoid to. Others would prefer this to make peace for everyone. Let's avoid. No, accommodating the violence, let's embrace. No, that's part of our existence. It's part of the system. It's part of our life, of our endeavor, of our struggle. No, and use another would be using counter violence. What is that? Pag binato ka ng bato, batuhin mo ng bato. No, so that could be part also of that's the way of counter violence. No, because ang sabi nga nila an eye for an eye, no? A tooth for a tooth. That could be part of uh, way principle of countering or responding to violence, no? But among all of this, I would like to recommend to you all using non-violent peacemaking approaches, no? In responding to violence with another violence, both parties actually are losers. No, we need to sacrifice and compromise at some point. No, if we will try to use counter violence in responding to violence, but if using non-violent peacemaking, it is a long-term goal. It's a long-term effect, no? Hindi lang ito siya yung in a snap of a finger we resolve the issues and concerns directly, but we really look into the root causes of our work, no? So that is using non-violent peacemaking, no? So what are the examples of those non-violent peacemaking strategies, no? What are the what do we call this? What are the non-violent ways or principles of resolving conflict, no? So here it is. Conflict resolution, no? Conflict resolution is a process of managing and regulating disputes into settlement or resolution. So ito yung approach natin, no, na actually pag sinasabi nating may conflict or may sabihin there is a violence, so conflict resolution is our best way to resolve conflict. But it undergoes kumbaga, a tedious process din, no? After ng conflict resolution, actually, we have that considered that as conflict transformation, no? So there's so many things that we need to work on, no, before going to transform, no, yung conflict into a positive environment, no, to all parties, no, or in conflicting parties. So ang titingnan natin, no, in conflict resolution, no, conflict can be considered resolved only, no, when the parties have reached a joint agreement, no, satisfying both parties, or underlying the needs and interests of the parties, or does not sacrifice any important values, di ba? Yun yung mga gusto nating i-highlight dito na in conflict resolution, we work on the values kasi may mga sinasabi tayo na things that we cannot gamble, no? We always think na we cannot say no, or we cannot say yes on some aspect because we have this kind of values that we will hold on, no? So there are standards, no, standards of fairness and justice. So yun yung hina-highlight ng conflict resolution. It is a self-promoting and self-enforcing, and is one that no party will wish to repudiate, no, in the future, even if they are in the position to do so. So sa conflict resolution, we ensure that after the resolution, even as an advantage space na yung other party, hindi niya gagamitin yun to retaliate, no, to other party. No, conflict resolution implies the deep-rooted sources of conflict are addressed and removed, and thus it is more comprehensive term than a conflict management, no? Kasi kung titingnan natin sa conflict resolution, aside sa conflict resolution, we have also conflict management, no? So that's the first step, no? Conflict management and then conflict resolution, because we need to look at the root causes of the problem and resolve and provide no solution to the root causes of the problem. So I'll have his why opt for conflict resolution. Bakit kailangan natin ng conflict resolution? Kasi kung may avoid natin, it will turn, no, ang conflict nandiyan pa rin siya, no? It will not end, no? It will continue to avoid, no? And then if there's conflict na, anger, frustrations will come again. And then it will be, if you will avoid, it will turn into conflict again. But if you will try to engage, and you have two paths now, no? The path, no, to resolve and the path to dominate. If you path to resolve, no, that would be the end, or sabihin natin, the transformation will take place. And if you dominate, it will turn into conflict. Because in conflict resolution, no, we need to compromise. We need also to have a win-win resolution. So domination is not a part of a conflict resolution. If you dominate, actually, it will turn into a silent peace, no, or negative peace will turn into silence, and silence is not means peace, but small scale, it will turn into a bigger conflict later on if will not resolve in the earlier stage. No? So there are some methods or ways of resolving conflict. No, arbitration. No, we need an arbiter. You know, a dialogue. No, we talk about opening. No, it's about if we talk about dialogue. No, it talks about talking about two people, and we can prioritize and resolve, preferably transform, no, multi-party social conflicts. It could be part of conversation, no, or a process tend to be fit or to provide, no, spaces for both parties, no, to talk about their issues, their interests, and their needs. No. Arbitration actually is mostly there's a third party who will take as an arbiter. No, it could be in the civil civil practice, and even in the Sharia law, there is an arbiter. No, they at some point they need to take a role as an arbiter. Mediation, assisted negotiation in which neutral party, no, third party with no decision-making authority conducts an informal yet no a confidential process to assist disputing and following steps. If we talk about MILF and government of the Philippines peace process, we are in a negotiation, but we have also a mediation process because we had the mediator no at that time no which is the Malaysia. No, Malaysia is our mediator. Negotiation is a creative exchange of perspectives, ideas, no, information, options in constructive effort to find agreement that satisfies the parties. No, so when we negotiate, ibig sabihin, we compromise. We give this, you can give this, something like that. No, and reconciliation somehow it is uh, uh, had highlighted actually yung idea na forgiveness, no, about it talks about uh, moving on. Mostly ganun yung pagka-capture niya, no? But then reconciliation is the process to which conditions of conflict are addressed and adversarial relationships are transformed into more harmonious, no? It doesn't reconcile if it does not address the core problem or the root causes of problem. The reconciliation part is a way of strengthening relationship, turning back no into the original, but we cannot turn that into original relationship. But then reconciliation is try to work on forgiveness of the healing process, on the injuries, no, both in both to both sides, no, and developing new relations that is based on truth telling, apology, no, forgiveness, and new established trust, no. Yan yung part ng reconciliation. So I have some here traditional mechanisms of resolving conflict, no. It is based on the book of Role of Maguindanaon Datus in the conflict resolution, according to Dr. Datu Baxman Datu Manong, no, the pabibityalan, the mediator, and then pangukum, no, the arbitrator. So that is a very eminent, no, doon sa, if you have internet, you can search that book, no, as a very context specific book that we can also utilize, no, in our daily dealings and even in our work, no. So that's a way of, because it's believed that more often conflict has been viewed as destructive, no, but as something to be avoided. This is somehow a negative understanding of what is conflict. Baka nakikita natin na pag conflict ay negative agad, no, it doesn't mean negative agad pag conflict, because if later on, siguro ma-discuss niyan sa first speaker ninyo that the conflict is also positive, no? It is a dynamic process, no? That we can enrich our relationship and we can grow as community if we also, no, reach in the point of conflict, no? Conflict is not always negative, so that's it. And the conversation, no, I will share some slides, no, of some things that we can do, not that we did, no, hopefully you can do a conversation, no, we can do for young people, something like that. Peace building work, no, we can utilize that, no. We can work on young children or young people, no, to mobilize them, no. We have usapang kapayapaan, some sort of way of conflict resolution, culture and modernization, how this culture works in us, because how culture work in the time of modern period, how it works together. So that's an also helpful way to work on, no. Healing through arts, that's part also of how can we work with these approaches, no, in healing process, no. Respect education, tagampi creating safe space, increase promotion, Project Inam, those are things that we did previously. So what we've learned, we are in the possible last slide. And everything that we do, if we have encountered violence, if we have experienced and know all this violence that we are experiencing in our society, And in the taking effort in confronting all this, ito lang yung nakikita namin na what we have learned on all these processes, no? Involve various stakeholders, no? Identify and work with connectors, no? We cannot do it alone. We need other people and we need other orgs. We need other stakeholders. We need to find connectors that can help us, connectors that we can of help to them. So those things now are very important. Understand the community and practice do no harm principle. It is not always that if we see it as a truth, it somehow truth to us is not truth to everybody. Do no harm is something like in everything that we do, in every actions that we take, it is not always positive things will come out. There's always negative one. The things that we do in do no harm principle is that to maximize the positive impact that we do in our community and minimize the negative one. And that's the very essence of do no harm. Map the assets, address the needs. What's the assets? Assets, things that available, the resources that are available. No, address the needs because at some point, our intervention is not the need, but the wants or the interest of the few. So you do not resolve actually the problem, but it will add up to more conflict or violence in the community. We don't look at beneficiaries but partners. No? Speeches, words, and terms, they matter. No? Explore and welcome innovative approaches. No? Our approaches, no? This is not new. No? And we always highlight safe approach. So with this, no, let's promote non-violent ways in resolving conflict. If we see violence, let's come together, you know, and work for it. No? Our life does not only held us, no, does not only hold us in the four corners of our offices, of our classrooms, of our community, or we need to expand this, no, outside our offices, our classrooms, because there are more things to do outside. This is not actually our work, but it is our social this is part of our social responsibility as individual. Salam po, maraming salamat. Good morning once again.
Good morning din po.
Good morning once again, Dr. Lou Ivan. Your presentation was so incredible that I'm finding it difficult to getting the right words to express our gratitude to you. Thank you so much for enlightening us about peace building, especially on the promotion of non-violent ways of resolving conflict and inspiring us this morning, Dr. Lou Ivan. Let us give him a round of applause, please, or you may utilize the heart reaction on your screen. Pwede bang makahingi ng puso dyan for Dr. Lou Ivan sa ating mga participants? Maraming salamat po. Thank you, Dr. Lou Ivan. Maraming salamat po for your time and for your effort and for your wonderful presentation. So our next speaker is an advocate of peace and women empowerment, especially in the Bangsamoro. She is the founder of the Pilumbayan, Engaging Minds, Reaching Hearts, a young women organization that strives to empower their fellow young women in the Bangsamoro in order to realize their full potentials and encourage them to participate in local political decision-making processes affecting them. She currently serves as a Peace Program Officer of the Ministry of Public Order and Safety, or MPOS, of the Bangsamoro government. She was also recognized as SDG 5 Youth Champion during the Leaders Unite 2019 Mindanao Leg organized by MYBC in Davao City, Philippines. She is also a fascinating individual, and we are grateful for her presence among us today. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming Our second speaker was none other than Ms. Siti Janine Gamao.
Pa-unmute, nakamute.
Hello. Hello. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Naririnig po ba ako?
Yes, Doc.
Yes po.
Yes po.
Sige po.
Yes po. Narinig po.
If it's okay, may we allow Fahad to share my presentation. But first, let me say my apology to you because this webinar should or I should be the first to present for this morning, but we haggled to my friend Lo Ivan to present first because the time adjustment here slipped my mind. 1 hour delay pala yung time dito, but alhamdulillah natapos na rin, and I am very thankful also that Ivan touched some of my presentation because my time is limited already kasi meron po kaming conference ngayong umaga and hinintay po ko ng mga kasama ko. Sorry po talaga. My apology. Yun. Ayan. So, my topic actually is about conflict and violence. This is very basic, fundamental para sa atin itong conflict and violence. Hello? Hello?
Yes, Doc. Yes, Doc.
Yes,
Loud and
Doc.
clear.
Loud and
Okay
clear,
po.
Doc.
Okay, I should start. To my fellow peace builders present here in this webinar, mentors who never get tired of empowering peace stakeholders, especially men and women. My friends here, women and men who continue to bring peace and security at the forefront of governance. Women and men who give their time and effort to participate in this webinar. Women and men who are movers and shakers of peace. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Siti Janine Gamao, or you can call me Janine pag nagkasalubong po tayo. Currently the designated Peace Program Officer 5 of the Ministry of Public Order and Safety. And siguro one of the reasons why I was invited to share for this webinar is because Ministry of Public Order and Safety, being one of the primary ministries, 15 primary ministries of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, ay meron pong mandato relating to peace building. Kaya meron po kaming ganun na position, meron kaming mga activities related to peace building. And what I'm going to share to you this morning is yung mga mga observations, mga initiatives, mga narratives about the subject matter. I am still a learner of this topic. I saw the program and I think our speakers for this afternoon are mga experts on this talk. In fact, I have learned some of the concepts, the basics of conflict and violence to some of our speakers today. So, mauna, next slide. Sige po. Sige. So, since as I was listening to Ivan a while ago, pinasadahan yung ibang mga topics. Siguro let's dwell much on the assumptions on conflict. Again, Ivan said a while ago na ito yung ibang matatouch ko sa aking discussion ngayon. So, yung assumptions natin sa conflict para mas lalo nating maintindihan kung ano yung conflict and violence, kailangan nating i-check yung ating assumptions. Conflict, for example, is a relationship between two or more parties. It could be an individual, between individual or between groups who have or think they have incompatible goals. Therefore, conflict is relational. So, because we are people, tayo po ay mga tao, we are a social individual, we are having it is inevitable that we can interact with other people, and with that interaction where we create relationship, mag-a-arise talaga yung conflict. So, and between these individuals and groups, kapag po nagkaroon ng misunderstanding or merong incompatibility doon sa kanilang goals or kanilang interest, magkakaroon po talaga ng conflict. Yun po yung ating unang assumption. Because to interact with other person is a social process, and we are as human beings, nakikipag-interact po talaga tayo sa ibang tao. Ang gusto ko lang sabihin ay conflict is natural. Since it is relational, napansin nyo naman po ba, di ba, pag yung tao wala kayong pakialam, for example, yung kapitbahay ninyo, wala kayong pakialam, wala talagang way or strings na pwede kayong magkaroon ng relationship kasi hindi kayo nag-usap, hindi kayo nagkikita, wala kayong ginagawa, hindi po kayo magkakaroon ng conflict. Because conflict is relational and conflict is natural to human beings. It is a fact of any relationship and it is inevitable. Wala naman po sigurong dalawang tao or dalawang grupo na may relasyon sa isa't isa na hindi nagkakaroon ng conflict. That is why conflict is inevitable. That's the first assumption. Second assumption is that conflict is neither bad nor good. Kanina napasadahan to ni Ivan. It is what you do with the conflict that will determine whether it ends up being with negative or positive outcome. It is violence that normally yields negative consequences. At kanina na-explain ni Ivan yung different types of violence. May psychological, hindi lang yung violence na physical na nasasaktan tayo. There are also psychological, mental violence, for example. So, ang conflict ay hindi masama at hindi rin mabuti. It is what we do, kung paano tayo nagre-respond or how do we react with such conflict that will determine whether ito ay magiging negative or magiging positive. Yun yung ating second assumption. And number 3 assumption is that conflict can be good. While sabi natin kanina, conflict is neither bad nor good. Pangatlo, conflict can be good. Conflict encourages people to find creative ways to find solutions to a shared problem. Ganon. Napansin natin when we confront conflict, sometimes mas nagiging mabilis tayo mag-isip. Minsan mas nagiging creative tayo kung paano natin i-solve yung conflict na na-encounter natin because it stimulates people to learn more about the issue, for example, and the people involved and or possible ways to change conflictual situations. Napansin natin na when we are confronted with conflict, example if you are familiar with clan feud or rido, for example, pag nagkakaroon ng conflict, sometimes it gives way to both parties, to both conflicting parties to know yung kanilang roots, yung kanilang families. Because in the process of solving the conflict, kanina in-explain ni Ivan, nagkakaroon ng mediation at nagkakaroon ng negotiation, and with that process, para ma-solve yung conflict, because both conflicting parties submit themselves to be para ma-solve yung kanilang conflict, nagkakakilala sila. Kamag-anak mo pala si ano, ganito. Kamag-anak namin si ganito. So ba't tayo nag-aaway? Ganun. So hanapin natin kung sino yung common relative natin para maging example, witness ng conflict na ito. Ganun. So that's why what I'm saying is that it helps people to be creative, to find solution, to find ways to solve the problem. And also, changing the status quo is the path where growth truly happens. Katulad nga ng sinabi ko kanina, a conflict is part of the social process. And kapag may conflict, nagkakaroon ng growth. And as an example ay yung another social process, yung competition. Pag nagkakaroon ng competition, sometimes maganda yung result because we get to have the best offer of kung sino man yung nasa competition. And same with conflict. Conflict changes status quos. Sometimes kapag magkaroon ng conflict, lalo na yung very radical conflict, yun yung chance natin para magkaroon ng development, para magkaroon ng growth. So conflict is essential to social change and transformation. Sometimes kasi we don't see, we only have a myopic view of the conflict. We only tend to calculate the now of the conflict, but later on, when conflict is solved, we tend to appreciate na kadar siguro ito, kung hindi ito nangyari, hindi magkakaroon ng ganito, hindi ganito, hindi ganon, hindi kami magiging close ng pamilya namin, hindi ako makaka-move on, hindi ko sila makakilala, something like that. So conflict is essential to social change and transformation. And sometimes, because what we are saying here right now is that conflict is normal or natural, for example, and inevitable, siguro isa sa mga kailangang i-recognize natin is that when we are confronted with conflict, siguro pag nilayan natin, ano kaya ang hikma dito ng Allah? Baka may magandang social change, or may baka magandang idudulot, or baka may transformation. Ganun. And sometimes we realize that, I know, you have encountered that also, na maganda na to kasi kung hindi to nangyari, ganito, ganun. So yun yung pangatlong assumption. Number 4 is that each conflict is unique. As peace builders, yung ating mga kasama dyan na nakikinig ngayon, we have to recognize that each conflict is unique. It is therefore necessary to analyze each conflict and never assume that a solution to one conflict can be replicated to others, even if they are similarly situated, even if it happened to same person in the same place, for example, in a very same situation, each conflict is unique. Hence, in our principle, there is no one size fits all peace building. It does not usually work. That is why when we do peace building work, for example, we tend to compartmentalize issues, needs of the people. We should not have a blanket style strategy, for example, because we recognize that each conflict is unique to all of us. And and also there is no formula in resolving conflict. If the trend of having a conflict is very similar to each other. For example, um, the solution, we have no one size fits all formula on how to solve it. Each yeah, each conflict can be solved uniquely. Yes, so yun yung pang-apat siguro na assumption na we must recognize, we must bear in mind. If I may elaborate, it's because as a human being, as a social person, we deal with people. Hindi po siya katulad ng ibang sciences that we can solve the problem by experiment and by having hypothesis, and then makontrol natin yung ating variables. When we work with people, these human beings have different a mindset, different paradigm, different values, different ideologies, opinions, and you cannot control that. And therefore, wala pong same na formula kung paano natin masosolve ng conflict, though there are tools to how peace will work for all of us, and some of them were discussed by Ivan a while ago. These are for example negotiation. When we are confronted with conflict, we can do negotiation, we can do mediation, arbitration, dialogue, facilitation. These are tools that we must always bear in mind when we are confronted with conflict. Like, paano kaya ito ma-solve? Kung hindi kami nagkakasundo, baka pwede kaming mag-negotiate. Baka pwede kaming mag-meet halfway. Baka pwede kaming mag-compromise. Ganon. Or baka pwede kong i-accommodate. Mag-yes na lang ako. Baka pwede akong mag-avoid. Ganon. But sabi nga ni Ivan kanina, when we avoid conflict and we do not confront it, and we do not find ways to solve it, negative peace lang siya. Mawawala lang yung conflict, but it can never be resolved. It will always still be there. Yeah. Next is conflict dynamics. Sorry. Conflict dynamics is not linear. To assume, wait lang. Naghang. To assume that conflict follows a pattern, example, may pre-conflict, may during open conflict, post-conflict, ganun. Yung mga ganun na model that has been subscribed by many humanitarian and development organizations, it is not accurate representation, especially when conflicts are intractable and multidimensional. We can always learn on how others solved the problem, but conflict dynamics is not linear. We can learn from, we can copy, we can learn, we can apply best practices of other people, of other groups on how they solved their problems, but hindi po yun yung laging answer or best or hindi yun yung dinidikta na dapat gawin. May pattern, may trend, but hindi siya accurate. Ganun. Multidimensional siya and intractable. Ganun. One thing, for example, ay yung situation natin sa Philippines, having a Bangsamoro Autonomous Region within the government, within the national government, for example. And may mga ganitong bansa na katulad sa atin, nag-undergo ng ganung klaseng transition. For example, here in Indonesia. But what happened to Indonesia, their pre-conflict experiences open conflict experiences and post-conflict experiences. Kung ano yung model nun, lalo na yung mga ginamit ng mga humanitarian and development organizations, we can learn from it, we can copy, we can adapt their ways, but we must bear in mind that solutions are not accurate, and especially when we recognize that conflicts are intractable and multidimensional. And lastly, conflicts behave erratically. The better way of describing a conflict is to look as it is like a system. Sistema po yung conflict, with different driving forces and layers of relationships of multiple dimensions and driving factors of the conflict. So, ganun po kagulo. But if we see yung kung gaano ko explain, ganun kagulo. But if ang gusto kong iparating is, if we look at it at a system, that every phase, every situation are, for example, relative to each step, each phase, medyo maiintindihan natin yung conflict. A change in one of the driving factors of conflict will affect the whole. Ganon. Magulo. Magbigay ako ng example. Yung situation natin, for example, sa Bangsamoro, when MILF entered into negotiation with the national government, one way na nakita natin para mabind yung negotiation is by having an agreement. For example, by having an agreement, nag-usap at nag-agree na, and then nagkaroon ng first agreement, example yung framework agreement on the Bangsamoro. Pangalawa, comprehensive agreement on the Bangsamoro, hanggang sa nagkaroon tayo ng Republic Act 11054 or itong OLBARM, itong Organic Law for the Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. Kung paano tayo nagsimula, nag-negotiate, kung paano nagsimula yung ating mga MILF leaders, nilatag nila yung kanilang kagustuhan. And then, sinulat through framework agreement. And then, comprehensive agreement. And then, paglabas ng RA 11054, if maalala natin, some of the peace builders and also spoilers tagged 11054 or the law as watered down na law, ganon. And kasi maraming nabawas. From FAB to CAB to RA 11054, ang daming nabawas, ganon. Ang daming nag-react, ganon. In fact, yung iba, sabi nila, hindi natin alam na kasi nagkalo-halo na that time. Both peace builders and spoilers said that we should not accept that because that law is a watered down version and it would not reflect our mga aspirations, ganon. What we didn't say is that in solving conflict, sometimes sorry po, hindi pa tayo next slide kasi mas marami po tayong discussions. Nakita ko po sa screen. Mas marami po tayong discussions dito sa assumptions kasi doon natin makikita yung fundamentals ng conflict and violence. And siguro din kasi marami nang na-share kanina si Ivan na nagpapasalamat tayo dahil na-touch niya yung other concepts on conflict. Sige, balikan ko. What we didn't recognize is that we are in a system, we are in a process of solving conflict, and hindi natin pwedeng sabihin na ayaw na namin yan kasi hindi hindi tama, ganon. In ways to solve conflict, example, negotiation, when we negotiate, we compromise, ganon. And what we should bear in mind is that kapag ang hiningi natin, for example, ay isang sakong bigas, at ang binigay sa ang nag-compromise, ang ibibigay sa atin ay kalahating sakong bigas. Ang kailangan siguro nating i-recognize ay nasa agreement, isang sakong bigas yung hingin natin. And hindi pwedeng hindi natin tanggapin yung napag-usapan ngayon na kalahating sakong bigas na napag-usapan. Ganun. So, at that time, maraming nagalit sa MILF, maraming nagtampo kasi bakit daw tinanggap yung RA 11054. But if we try to calculate the gains of that law, malaki-laki naman, lalo na doon sa fiscal side niya. Imagine one region having an autonomous government ay merong automatic appropriation ng 5% na block grant from the national government. Malaking gain na yon. So, balik tayo doon sa panglimang assumption natin na the better way of describing a conflict is to look at it at a system. Wag nating tingnan na papichi-pichi, wag nating tingnan na yung now lang ng conflict, but the whole of it. When we solve it, yung whole picture ng conflict at ano yung magiging effect nito, kung mas malaki ba yung gain natin and yung mawawala sa atin. Nagsisenyas na yung kasama ko. Yeah, so yun. Pwede na ba tayo proceed sa next slide? Yeah. Pasadahan ko lang naman. Sige. One of the fundamentals of conflict ay yung causes ng conflict. Conflict can be broken down into 3 causes. These are structural cause, proximate cause, and the triggers. When we say structural cause, these are pervasive factors that built into the policies. Yung mga struktura, nandyan kasi cultures and the very fabric of a society and may create the preconditions of very violent conflict. Example nito ay historical injustices or grievances ng Moro question, yung marginalization ng whole group like mga peasants, mga lumads, mga illegitimate government, lack of political participation, ganun. Sa atin, sa Moro, for example, isa sa mga structural causes na hindi natin makaligtaan na i-explain when we share this is that during the time of Marcos, yung resettlement, the father hindi yung anak, yung resettlement nung era na yon, saan pinapunta sa Mindanao yung mga non-Moros at binigyan ng mga lupa na mas malaki yung kanilang yung pwede nilang maititulo kaysa doon sa mga may-ari nung or mga natives ng land. That's a structural conflict. That's a structural cause. Number 2 is yung proximate cause. These are factors contributing to the climate conducive to violent conflict or its further escalation. Sometimes apparently symptomatic of a deeper problem. Example nito ay mga human rights abuses, land grabbing, yung rise of radicalism and extremism, military abuses, mga illegal arrest, disappearances, increase ng circulation ng light weapons, kagutuman, kasali yun sa proximate cause. And last is yung triggers. These are single key acts, events, or their anticipation, which happen relatively quickly and may provoke the use of armed violence. Example nito ay yung mga military operation that have gone wrong. Nagkaroon ng miscalculation, nagkaroon ng anong tawag dito, yung sobrang paggamit ng violence, for example. Another part of the triggers, itong pangatlong cause ng conflict ay mga peaceful protests, for example, that went bloody. Rapid change ng unemployment, inflation, violent election na sobrang sa atin, sobrang bago lang na nangyari sa atin. Yes. Anong floor?
Third floor.
Sige, thank you.
Next time.
Sige.
I'll see you there.
Yes, sige. So, yun. Yun yung mga triggers. Mga assassination ng mga political or religious leaders na nangyari din sa atin for the past few years sa bank. Yun. So, yun yung triggers. Next ay fundamentals of conflict. Next slide, please. Yan. John. Ay, wala pala. Next ay levels of conflict. Kanina na-explain na ni Ivan din. So, hindi ko na-explain. Sobrang ganda yung pagka-explain ni Dr. Ivan. Ganun. Meron tayong intrapersonal. Ayun. Sige, okay na po. Next ay yung violence triangle. Explain lang natin. Merong tinatawag na direct violence, structural violence, and cultural violence. Yung violence triangle, meron po kasing triangle yan. Pasensya na po, hindi ko nasali sa presentation. Yung direct violence, ito yung assault, torture, kidnapping, imprisonment, intimidation, killing. Yan. These are direct violence, and these direct violence are visible violence. It can be seen. And the other two, the structural violence and cultural violence, are less visible violence. Sometimes it cannot be seen. It can be felt, but it cannot be seen. Cultural violence, I may emphasis on differences. Ay, structural violence, pala muna tayo. Obstacles to individuals and groups. Unequal distribution ng resources, political and economic system that lead to poverty, lack of services. Kasali po dito yung corruption. Kaya minsan, kaming mga friends, example, pag may mga sa seminar, may dinidistribute, ganun. Tapos pag isa lang ang sayo, isa lang kunin mo. Kasi kaming mag-friends, i-judge ka namin na you are perpetrating structural violence kasi isa lang yung dapat sa'yo. Dalawa yung kinuha mo, nagkaroon tuloy ng shortage doon sa pagdi-distribute. Ayun, magkakaroon ng, pwede kang nag-perpetrate ng violence, ganun. And also, very popular to us, ayuda, ganun. Ayuda, for example. Pag may ginawa ka doon at nag-cause ito ng unequal distribution ng resources kasi nalamangan mo yung iba or nanlamang ka ng iba, sinadya mo man o hindi, direct or indirect, you perpetrated structural violence. Ganon. Cultural violence, may emphasis siya on superiority or inferiority of social groups. Mas royal blood kami, mas magagaling kami, mas ganito, ganon. That's cultural violence. Discrimination on the basis of ethnicity, religion, sexes, language, cultural values, practices, all of this, when it leads to oppression, these are cultural violence. And as I've said earlier, this cultural violence and structural violence can be less visible violence. Next. Ay, doon na po tayo nag-end. So yun po yung mga fundamentals ng conflict. I hope meron kayong na-gets or nakuha. Pasensya na po, mabilis po yung pagsasalita dahil nagmamadali po tayo. Yun po. I will still be online and answer questions mamaya sa open forum kung meron man. Okay po. Maraming salamat po. Sana po wag nating kalimutan na umambag para sa kapayapaan at wag nating kalimutan na when we talk about conflict and violence, the reason is because gusto natin ng peace. And this peace ay proseso. Kailangan ng engagement ng bawat isa. Kung nagkakaroon tayo ng conflict because we are human beings and we interact with other people, we should also recognize that these conflicts can be solved by also engagement of people. Ganun po. Sana patuloy tayong umambag. Sana wag nating kalimutan yung mga tools on how to make peace work. This would help para sa atin. Yun lamang po. Sana po meron kayong kahit konti ngayon. Maraming salamat po.
So thank you very much, Ma'am Siti Janine in Davao. So you are through, Ma'am, that all we want is peace, and everyone should engage, enlightening us what really is the status and the causes of conflict and violence at Bangsamoro. So for that, ma'am, in behalf of our professor and to my classmates, thank you very much, ma'am. Okay, so let's proceed to our third speaker. Okay. So our third speaker is the faculty of the History Department of Mindanao State University at Marawi City. So he finished a diploma course on peace and conflict studies at Vistar Peace Institute in India in the year 2010. Also, he is designated as a coordinator of the Institute for Peace and the Development in Mindanao of the same university. He has been teaching history of the Muslims in the Philippines since 2010. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our third speaker on the topic 3, which is structural violence in the context of Bangsamoro, Dr. Termizi Esmael Abdullah. Sir?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ma'am Ami.
You're welcome, sir.
Okay ba yung sound ko? Audible po ba?
Yes, sir.
Okay. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Greetings of peace to all of us. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizer, the students, the institution na behind sa webinar na ito. Thank you for having me here. Thank you for inviting me. Also, I want to make it first na hindi po ako expert on development. As it was mentioned during the introduction, sorry, gamit na lang ako ng hello. As it was mentioned during the introduction, ang background ko is more on the practice of teaching history, particularly Mindanao history or Muslims in the Philippines. So klaro po yon, hindi po pinanggagalingan ko ay sa development na studies kundi sa history. Now, the topic that was given to me is structural violence in Bangsamoro. I hope kasi ang structural violence in Bangsamoro, the way I understand it, ay napakarami po. It's complicated, interconnected, interdependent po yung mga structural violence in Bangsamoro. Siguro mamaya mag-identify lang ako ng iilan, no, to share with you. I know in the room na pwede maraming mas expert dito, mas maraming alam on the structural violence in Bangsamoro. Again, history po by practice yung pinanggagalingan ko na background. Now, Itong structural violence actually ay nauso ito in 1969 doon sa isinulat ni Galtung, no, ni Galtung, wherein he discussed niya doon yung this another form of violence na tinawag niyang structural violence. Now, the definition that we got here, no, sabi dito yung structural violence ay nag-refer siya sa forma ng violence wherein yung social structures mismo or yung mga social institutions ay nagha-harm sa mga tao. Through what? Through preventing them from meeting their basic needs. Although siya ay less visible, no, hindi natin siya na masyadong nakikita, hindi natin masyadong na-identify kung sino talaga ang perpetrators nito, but it is by far the most lethal form of violence. Nagkukos siya ng excess death, deaths that would not occur in more equal societies. Let's say for example, yung mga nagkakasakit na mamatay, it's because yung kakulangan sa pagkain, kakulangan sa tubig, yung mga kamatayan, mga death na hindi siya nag-o-occur sa isang normal na equal na komunidad, equal na society. Not only is it the deadliest violence, no, greater din siya in scope and in implication than any other type of violence. And it grows exponentially as unequal power differentials are used to create more unequal structures. Now, another definition here is yung structural violence din daw ay minsan ay tinatawag itong indirect violence, no? Or and sometimes tinatawag din itong institutionalized violence kasi nga para siyang built-in na dun sa structure, built-in na dun siya sa mga social, sa mga institutions, no, institutions. It is differentiated from, iba siya sa personal violence or yung tinatawag natin na direct violence or yung behavioral violence, and refers to preventable harm or damage to persons and by extension to things where there is no actor committing the violence or where it is not practical to search for the actors. Now, such violence emerges from the unequal distribution of power and resources, or in other words, it is said to be built into the structures. Just to share din, no, ito, no, i-link natin yung structural violence sa usaping kapayapaan, no, kasi nga nung ito ay introduced ni Johan Galtung, no, it was in the context of peace studies, no, peace studies, na sinasabi dito may dalawang mukha ang kapayapaan, yung tinatawag natin na negative peace at yung tinatawag natin na positive peace. Yung usual understanding natin ng kapayapaan ay actually negative peace, yung sinasabi natin na dahil walang direct or physical violence both in macro and micro level, ay meron ng kapayapaan, walang gera, walang armed conflict, wala tayong nakikita ng mga direct violence like torture, walang nakikita tayo or naririnig na mga pang-aabuso sa mga bata at mga kababaihan. Sinasabi natin na merong kapayapaan, but actually, no, sinasabi ng mga peace practitioners, it's only negative peace. Now, the other mukha, the other side of peace is yung tinatawag natin na positive peace, wherein more than the absence of direct violence, more than the absence of physical violence, kasi meron dapat siyang presence of conditions of well-being and just relationship ng mga tao. Kaya nga minsan yung conflict ay pervasive, nagko-continue yung conflict kasi nga hindi present yung conditions of well-being and just relationship ng mga tao. Maaari minsan na or in most cases walang violence, walang direct or physical violence, but the conflict is still there, no, the tension is still there. Natatandaan ko noon, no, after the war in Sri Lanka in 2008, 2009, a few months after that we were there, no, and Sri Lankan government declared na defeat nila yung Tamil Tigers. But nung nag-ikot-ikot kami doon, na-feel namin na meron pa rin yung tension, nandoon pa rin yung tension at mas lalong umiigting yung conflict, no? Umiigting yung conflict kasi nga hindi na-address, no, yung well-being and just relationship ng mga tao. That anytime pwedeng mag-erupt uli yung trigger magte-trigger ng conflict, or pwedeng mag-erupt yung direct or physical violence. So, yun nga, going back here, no, sa positive peace, dapat may presence of conditions of well-being and just relationship sa social, economic, political, ecological. No, so part nito ay dapat, no, in order for us to have a positive peace, durable peace, sustainable peace, no, kailangan ma-address natin yung mga structural violence, no. Kasama na doon yung socio-cultural violence, ecological violence. So, yung structural violence kailangan ma-address natin. Let's say for example, yung extreme poverty, yung hunger, no, kailangan ma-address natin 'yan. Kasi kung hindi natin 'yan ma-address, no, there is a possibility na pwedeng ma-trigger uli yung conflict, ma-trigger uli yung violence, no. So we need to address, no, yung structural violence para magkaroon ng positive peace, durable na kapayapaan. Now, yeah, this one is similar with the slide that I shared to you, no, sa structural violence, which is indirect violence, no. Kapag may absence of structural violence, magkakaroon tayo ng tinatawag na positive peace. That is basically the basic concept of violence and peace. Ito yung tinatawag na Galton's violence triangle. I think na i-share na ito kanina ni Ma'am Janine yung naabutan ko. Now, yung sinabi ko kanina, no, by practice I am history practitioner, no. So yung bias ko dito ay medyo magfo-focus ako doon sa nakaraan, no, sa nakaraan, not because to send negative energy sa atin, but it's necessary for us, no, na to discuss, to share kung saan ba nanggagaling, ano bang pinanggalingan ng mga structural violence ngayon sa Bangsamoro. Again, sinabi ko sa inyo kanina, yung structural violence sa Bangsamoro ay interdependent at saka interconnected. Yung structural violence, yung cultural violence, yung the direct violence like the armed conflict, they are very much interdependent, interconnected, no. So one of the main reasons kung yung pinanggagalingan ng structural violence sa Bangsamoro is first is the long durée of colonization and marginalization, no. Matagalan, no, long durée ng colonization, starting during Spanish time, American time, mas lalo na sa American time, wherein there was a massive na mga historical injustices na mga nangyari. Na-mention nga kanina ni Ma'am Janine yung may mga long-term impact, no, ng mga American policies, like yung mga policy on resettlement, no, resettlement during American time. That when the Americans came here, no, kung titingnan natin yung demography, kung titingnan natin ang Mindanao, majority of the inhabitants of Mindanao were actually Bangsamoros. But because of those policies, no, resettlement policies ng mga Amerikano, no, naging minoritized ang mga Bangsamoro sa kanilang sariling homeland. Hindi natin ito sinasabi to start on what it was. Of course, we start on what it is, but it is necessary for us to balikan natin ang kasaysayan, no, balikan natin ang nakaraan, balikan natin ang kasaysayan para mas lalo nating naiintindihan ang kasalukuyan, no. So yeah, those policies of the Americans, yung mga resettlement, no, naging minoritized ang mga Bangsamoro sa kanilang sariling homeland. Kaya nga ang palagi kong ginagamit ay minoritized to acknowledge the historical hangover that in the past they were minority, but because of the policies, no, the policies of the colonizers, no, they became minoritized people in their own homeland, no. So I'm sure na may mga nabasa kayo, may mga na-encounter kayo na mga data, mga facts wherein there were provisions dun sa mga policy na yon na yung mga settlers, the corporations ay malaki yung binibigay sa kanila na space, no, na to title, no, the lands here in Mindanao, no, in Mindanao, in the land of the Bangsamoro. Systematic marginalization during colonial period, no, sa American daming encounters, no, na nangyari between the Moros and the colonizers. It was because, no, yung mga Moros ayaw nila sa mga colonial policies of the Americans. Then nagpatuloy yan, no, even after the creation of the Philippine Republic, no, in 1946, kung ano ang sinimula ng mga Amerikano, yun din basically ang ipinagpatuloy ng Philippine Republic hanggang sa nag-extend siya, no, sa martial law during the time of Marcos Sr., no, na mga essential truth during those time ay nagpatuloy pa rin yung mga resettlement, no, nagkaroon ng maraming mga massacres, no, na hanggang ngayon hindi pa rin na-address, no, hindi pa rin siya na-address. Yun nga yung hope natin, no, yun nga yung hope natin na meron sa peace agreement dun sa CAB na sa normalization may provision dun on the transitional justice and reconciliation, because we hope na yung tools na yon, yung framework na yon will help us address these massive historical injustices, no, dealing with the past, kasi nga ang dami nga massive yung mga nangyari hanggang ngayon hindi pa rin siya na-address. And this essential truth that happened, no, like during martial law or even before martial law, later part of 1960s, no, these are a basis, no, or these are foundational truth, no, truth of the existence of Bangsamoro, no, Bangsamoro. So kaya nga very crucial, no, yung mga gains natin sa comprehensive agreement on Bangsamoro, particularly on the aspect of transitional justice. So yes, historical injustices na yung iba sinasabi na hanggang ngayon nagpapatuloy pa rin yung mga historical injustices. Let's say for example the case of Marawi, no, the case of Marawi na hanggang ngayon ay hindi pa rin nakakabalik yung mga tao sa kanilang lugar. No, the case of Marawi is very unusual sa mga post-conflict, no, sa mga post-conflict. Kasi nga in our observation in the different parts of the world after the war, no, the people were able to go back, no, to their place, no, kasi yung karapatan for safe and dignified return ay key yun, no, key yun para magsimula uli. But in the case of Marawi, it is very unusual because ngayon magpa 5 years na, matagal nang tapos yung gera, yung mga tao hindi pa rin nakakabalik sa kanilang mga tirahan, sa kanilang lupa, at wala pa rin klarong roadmap kung kailan sila makakabalik. And kung titingnan din yung mga lupa nila, no, ay para siyang nangyaring case na the state is taking the land of its people. So part yan ng structural violence na nangyayari ngayon sa Bangsamoro, itong tinatawag natin na displacement, itong protracted displacement, no, na walang klarong roadmap sa pagbabalik ng mga tao, no. Yes, the land grabbing na mention natin kanina doon sa long jury of colonization, no, balikan natin yung sa American time na ang Mindanao was portrayed, Mindanao was promoted as land of promise, no, land of promise, kasi nga if the people of Luzon and Visayas, they have problems with economy, with politics, no, here comes Mindanao na pinopromise sa kanila that would provide solution for different problems, no. So yung lupa, kanino naman yung lupa na pinamigay sa kanila? Lupa ng mga Bangsamoro and the indigenous people. then the armed conflict, no, itong armed conflict na na-experience natin, no, although ngayon meron tayong Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, but mayroon pa ring mga areas, no, mga areas within the Bangsamoro na ina-assault, no, under assault, no. Andyan pa rin yung mga community-based, no, community-based na mga violent, community-based na conflict sa areas ng Bangsamoro. Still pa rin strong ang militarization. Like in the case of Lanao, andyan pa rin, continuous pa rin yung plano sa pagma-mushroom ng mga military areas, no, military camps. Yun nga, yung sinasabi ng mga IDPs, bakit pina-priority yung pagpapatayo ng mga military camps while still the people are still languishing in the temporary shelters. Tapos nadaanan pa sila ng mga bagyo, nadaanan pa sila ng pandemic, no? Pandemic. Now, siguro isa sa bibigyan natin ng focus yung poverty incidence, no, as a good example of structural violence within the Bangsamoro na caused by yung mga na-mention natin, no, yung mga na-mention natin ng mga direct violence, mga historical hangovers, mga pervasive na mga causes, no. Kung titingnan natin yung poverty incidence sa Bangsamoro area nung sa ARM pa from 1991 to 2015, consistent, no, almost consistent ang based sa source natin sa Philippine Statistic Authority, consistent yung higher poverty incidence, poverty rate na sa ARMM, sa area ng Bangsamoro, no. In 2006, 47.1, 2009, 47.4, 2012, 55.8, no, 2015, 53.7, and I think by 2016 naging more than 60%, no, yung poverty incidence in the area of the Bangsamoro. That time wala pang BARM, no, ang meron lang tayo ay ARM. Compare sa ibang regions, no, like in Sacsargen, like in Zamboanga Peninsula, no, and the rest of the country. So mataas po yung poverty incidents, and this is mainly caused by yung mga na-mention natin, no, mga na-mention natin na like the armed conflict, the presence of armed conflict, no, the presence of community-based na mga conflict, no, yung presence nung yung hanggang ngayon ay hindi pa rin masyadong na-address ng mga historical injustice. Now, in 2015, no, imagine na out of 3.7 million people in Bangsamoro, 2 million people, that's 53.7%, were actually poor, no? And over the past 25 years, only ARMM posted rising poverty incidence as compared to all the geographic regions. ARM's poor population rose to 1.99 million in 2015 from 0.63 million in 1991. Imagine, no, yung kanyang pag-increase ay threefold increase. Now, the poverty incidence among individuals in 2018 increased and was estimated at 61.3. No, hindi pala yung 2016 na nasabi ko, 2018 pala. No, by 2018, nag-increase siya ng 61.3% compared with poverty incidence recorded in 2015 at 53.7%. So, mataas yung pag-increase niya. So, which means na 6 out of 10 Bangsamoro lives below the poverty threshold that can have impact on every child's health and education. No? Kasi nga yung poverty, no, marami siyang pwedeng maging impact, no? Pwede siyang mag-impact like sa health ng mga bata, sa kanilang edukasyon, no? Edukasyon. I-add mo pa yung displacement na nai-experience some of the Bangsamoro communities, no? Communities. Nare-remember ko nga nung nag-iikot-ikot kami, no, sa mga temporary shelters para i-campaign yung mga health protocol, no, sa panahon ng pandemya. No, galit yung mga displaced, yung mga IDPs, yung mga backward. Sabi nila, paano kami magso-social distancing? Ang liit-liit ng mga temporary shelters. Paano kami mag-proper hand washing na wala ngang tubig, no? Wala ngang tubig sa mga temporary shelters, no? Paano mag-aaral yung mga anak namin? May mga temporary shelters na napakalayo sa palengke, napakalayo doon sa mga eskwelahan. Paano mag-aaral? No? Among the groups, ang mas lalong tinatamaan nito ay mga kababaihan. No? May mga na-interview kami sa mga temporary shelters. No? With regards to education, first na ipa-priority nila na makapag-aral sa isang pamilya is yung anak nila na lalaki. Sino ang ipapa-drop out nila? Yung anak nila na babae. Sabihin nila, ikaw lalaki, anak namin na lalaki, ikaw muna yung mag-aral. Ikaw na babae na anak namin, no, huwag ka muna mag-aral, tumulong ka na lang muna dito, no? Baka sakali may magkagusto sa'yo dito sa temporary shelter, no? Pakasalan ka, asawahin ka, then ma-reduce yung burden ng family sa iyo. So may mga ganun na mga narrative sa mga temporary shelter, no? So the risk of poor health is more predominant among people living in poverty, no? Living in poverty. So ganito nga, no, kalala yung structural violence natin, kasi aside na po yung mga tao, imagine they are poor, at the same time another layer of structural violence wherein andoon pa sila sa kanilang mga temporary shelter, no? Mahirap ka na nga, doon ka pa nakatira sa temporary shelter at you're not sure kailan ka makakabalik to start to rebuild your lives again, no? Your lives again. And also it has something to do with the identity of the people, no? Kasi if you cannot go back, then who are you, no? So for as long as you are identified that you are displaced, no, mayroon siyang element na disempowerment, no? Kasi na-open ka sa mga different vulnerabilities, no? Dahil ikaw ay isang bakwet, no? Isang bakwet ay meron kang level of vulnerability. Even may mga reports, no, doon sa mga temporary shelters ng mga bakwet na they are being discriminated by the host community, no? The host community. So ganun po. And in the country, wala po tayong protekta sa mga IDP, sa internal displaced people at mga refugees, for those who cross the international boundaries, yung mga refugee, no? Kasi may mga refugee din tayo na since 1970s, no? Those who cross international boundaries na napunta sa Sabah, napunta sa Malaysia na hanggang ngayon ay hindi pa rin sila nakakabalik. Now, yun nga, it's very sad, no? Despite sa natural resources, natural endowment ng Bangsamoro, no, yung poverty reduction record is very unfortunate. But I think may nabasa ako a few weeks ago na sa BARM ngayon ay na-reduce yung poverty incidence sa BARM recently. Pero still, no, kung nare-remember ko, more than 30% pa rin yung poverty incidence, no, sa area ng Bangsamoro. No, it is something that we celebrate, but at the same time also we have to be very careful, kasi nga kahit 10% pa lang yan, 20% pa lang yan, malaking porsyento pa rin yung 10%, 20%, or even itong more than 30% na record of poverty incidents. But at least nakikita natin na may pagbabago, gumagalaw. But still, kailangan pa rin may gawin dito, because 30% is still high. So yun nga, na-mention natin na maraming mga studies na na-identify nila yung causes, yung poor governance, no, yung issue ng corruption, no, the issue of feudalism, the issue of clan feuds, yung mga rido, no, rido, election-related violence, no, yung corruption, corruption. Nakakita natin na grabe yung recently maraming mga patayan, no, na mga rep na i-report sa recent na concluded na election, kasi nga ang nakikita based sa mga study is ang nakikita ng mga tao na economic opportunity ay politika lamang, no, politika lamang, no. Weak infrastructure, yung mga issue ng land dispute, no, dami di sa case ng Lanao, ang dami ng mga land dispute, no, na nagiging redo. So may impact ito sa edukasyon ng mga bata, sa kanilang healthcare, no. Imagine hindi makapag-aral yung bata, hindi sila makapunta sa eskwelahan kasi mayroong warring parties, may magkarido doon sa dadaanan nila. So natatakot sila na baka tamaan sila, or hindi yung eskwelahan hindi na nagpa-function kasi pinagkampuhan ng isang other side ng warring party. So kung bibilangin mo, isang month lang ang naigugol ng bata sa pag-aaral sa eskwelahan within one school year, no. Ako may mga experiences ako within university na minsan may nakakapasok ng mga estudyante na unbelievable, hindi sila marunong magbasa, no, hindi sila marunong magbasa, and pag tinatanong ko sila, no, kasi nga raw yung pag-aaral nila ay palaging interrupted, no, interrupted. Minsan sila mismo yung nagkakarido yung family nila, or minsan yung community nila ay maraming rido at hindi sila nakakapasok sa eskwelahan, hindi sila nakakapag-aral, or minsan mismo yung teacher nila ay nadamay sa isang rido ng kanilang pamilya. Now, according sa Philippine Statistic Authority, 31.4% of children belong to poor families in 2015. No? So kailangan bigyan ng focus, no? Yung attention yung kanilang needs, yung health, yung education, yung living conditions nila, yung welfare, and saka ang kanilang development. Now, and in-emphasize ito ng Philippine Nutrition Facts, no, and Figures in 2013, anthropometric survey, undernutrition among preschool children, no, 0 to 5 years old is still a public health concern, no. So you see, we talk about poverty, tas pumapasok tayo sa malnutrition, pumapasok tayo sa education, no? Kasi nga yung sinabi ko kanina na interconnected ito, interdependent ito. So particularly underweight and stunting, which remained high in magnitude and severity based on World Health Organization cutoff points. Now, this situation intensifies in major regions like Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim is strongly linked with higher rates of disease and premature death. No, it also has adverse effects on crucial stages of child development, leading to cognitive and behavioral deficits, learning disability, and ultimately to an uncompetitive workforce, as elaborated in the Food Security and Malnutrition in the Philippine Strategic Review. Poor health outcomes due to armed conflict. Yes, building an effective healthcare system promises to be an exacting task of the Bangsamoro. Based on one of the survey in 2019, na found out niya na 50% of the 4.64 million population, no, living on less than 10,727 a month, below the national poverty line. So poverty incidence in Bangsamoro is nearly 3 times than the national figure. Health outcomes in BARM are poor. Under 5 child mortality is twice as high. Nearly 40%, no, ng children under age 5 are stunted compared to 1/3 throughout the Philippines, and less than half of pregnant women attended the recommended 4 antenatal visits compared to 86.5% nationally. Yung equity in access, isa rin yung issue ng structural violence, no. Equal access to health services, no, ay extraordinary challenge ito sa BARM, where service delivery is undermined by poverty and fragile political and security context. In addition this to the inequities mentioned earlier kanina, the deficiencies in immunizations are large, suggesting that the broader health system is functioning poorly. Though over 70% of yung respondent ng study na yun, no, reported accessing immunization services, the assessment found just 34% of children aged 12 to 23 months receive basic vaccine coverage. Only 10% were fully vaccinated and nearly a quarter had no vaccine history at all. Yung sa quality of health service, no, yung delivery ng good health services, no, also falls short in Bangsamoro. 2/3 of health expenditure went toward curative at hospitals and only 35% to preventive care at primary facilities. No, yung sa World Bank assessment in 2017 found an overall shortage and an even distribution of rural health units, the grassroots service outlets, which are very important throughout the region. Some communities had severely limited access to primary care services or none at all. There is also a lack of human resources, doctors, nurses, and midwives, as well as basic amenities like electricity, communication equipment, and internet-enabled computers to support health service provision. So there is substantial gaps in essential medicines. Mayroong problema rin sa, mayroong gap din sa existence ng essential medicine. No, na-remember ko tuloy yung sinabi ni Ban Ki-moon na kapag may armed conflict sa lugar, pervasive yung armed conflict, no, or yung mga community-based na conflict, no, napaprevent yung mga ganito, yung mga yung development, yung sa health services, na-divert yung resources, no. So this is a very good example of structural injustice. Sa health financing sa Barnes, 65%, no, nung health financing natin ay nanggagaling sa allocation ng national government, and that is very problematic. The flow of funds is complex and convoluted, with many funding streams running parallel to each other and coordinated. Ito din yung challenge, no? Ang daming pumapasok, ang dami-daming pumapasok na funding streams, pero hindi siya coordinated. This makes it difficult for rural health units to efficiently program their resources and may not have enough to cover their operating expenses without interruptions despite receiving funds from multiple sources. No? So dahil sa hindi coordinated yung mga funding streams, particularly on healthcare and health financing, minsan marami ring mga health equipments, mga medicine na hindi siya based doon talaga sa kailangan. So minsan nasisira kasi may mga expiration yon, no? Na-remember ko tuloy in one of the medical centers here dahil hindi coordinated yung pagbigay ng mga equipments. May mga equipments na hanggang ngayon ay hindi pa rin nagagamit or hindi pa rin nagagamit at hanggang nangasira na lang yung mga gamit na yun. It doesn't mean na maraming pinanggagalingan yung funding streams. It doesn't mean okay na. So kailangan pa rin ng proper coordination para magkaroon ng efficient na programa sa mga resources na ito. Planners should understand the various funding streams, including their magnitude and uses, to mobilize funding to where it will yield the best value for the money. Now, just to insert this one also, yung sinabi ko kanina na kapag may armed conflict, yung resources ay nadadivert na dapat sana para sa healthcare, dapat sana sa pag-address ng hunger, pag-address ng extreme poverty sa area. Sa case natin sa Pilipinas, no, yung human casualties, no, years back pa itong record na ito, na the time 120,000 yung mga namatay, no? Yung civilian 20%. This was in 1970 to 1998, no? Yung sa MNLF pa to. So 50% yung sa MNLF, 30% sa AFP. Yung sa social welfare disruption, imagine yung displaced people, no, based sa PSA survey, 982,000 during all-out war. During Muwaad, more than 600,000. Nung nagka-Marawi siege tayo, no, almost 500,000 yung mga na-displaced na mga tao. So there is a cycle of violence and injustice. No? So for economic loss, imagine 20 billion per year yung sa side lang ng gobyerno. From 1970 to 2001, ang bilang ng nagasto ng gobyerno ay 640 billion pesos. Imagine that economic loss. So sa all-out war in 2000 alone, no, ang economic loss natin ay 1.3 billion from the side of the government. So malaking factor talaga yung presence ng armed conflict sa pag-perpetuate ng mga structural violence. Some of the statistics that I have here on the armed violence, sinabi dito sa small arms survey in 2017, armed violence killed around 526,000 people in 2016, more than one person every minute of every day of the year. That is around the world. Yung sa Pilipinas with the communist, no, 40,000 people have died in the armed conflict. Now sa armed conflict sa konteksto ng Bangsamoro, 120,000 lives, no. Yung study na yan ay from 1970 to 1998 or 2001. So I think if i-add natin yung after 2001, baka aabot yan ng 150,000. Now, and displaced more than 2 million people over time. Yung sa community-based conflict naman, yung mga vertical conflict, no, Philippine National Police in ARMM estimated that 5,500 people have died in REDU-related cases over the past 3 decades, no, equivalent to 183 deaths per year. Yung nga nasabi natin, yung pervasive displacement, no, very connected ito sa ating sa structural violence sa BARM, no, and across time din ito, no, kaya nga pervasive, no, hindi lang masasabi natin na nung nagka-Marawi siege, nung nagka-Zamboanga siege, nagka-MOA AD fiasco or nagka-all-out war back in 1970s. By 1977, imagine 4 years after the imposition of martial law, ang estimate ng gobyerno ay that there were as many as 1 million IDPs in Mindanao and at least 200,000 refugees who had fled to Sabah. So i-add mo pa yung mga nangyari sa all-out war, the Marawi siege, at wala tayong batas, no, protecting the displaced and the refugee people. Another na-identify natin, no, ay identify natin na structural violence sa Bangsamoro across the country is itong issue, no, pervasive na discrimination na malalim yung pinanggagalingan, no, kasi nga na-discuss natin na dumaan tayo sa colonization period. Ito lang yung mga recent lang sa ating memory na nare-remember natin, no, like yung si Police Major General Senas, no, yung chief of the National Capital Region Police Office na nag-order siya sa scrapping of a January 31 memorandum on profiling Muslim students in all high schools, colleges, and universities. Nagkaroon ito ng issue, no? So gi-order niya yun, na-scrap niya, na nire-require yung listing and updating of the list of all Muslim students in Metro Manila area as part of the strengthening of peace building and countering of violent extremism of the Philippines. Another is, imagine mga national figures sa atin na openly, no, openly they are discriminating and even calling for the killing of Muslims. A very good example is yung si Gadon, who is, no, recently na nag-run sa senador, no, itong nagkasunod na eleksyon, na he had drawn flag for calling for the Muslim killing for the killing of Muslims, no, in a GMA News TV interview in the run-up to the 2016 elections. Kahit nga sabihin natin, nag-sorry siya, nag-apology siya, may sinasabi itong mga pangyayari na still, andyan pa rin, meron pa rin discrimination, no, against the Bangsamoro, against the Muslim population in this country. Okay? So, I think doon lang nag-end ang aking sharing. Again, sinasabi ko sa inyo, marami tayong pwedeng ma-identify na structural injustice within the Bangsamoro, structural violence, and these are interconnected, these are related, caused by pervasive conflict, no? Yung mga nasabi natin na our long journey of colonization, historical injustice. But again, at least ngayon meron tayong nakikita naman natin na we have Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, and I think they are doing their best to address this structural violence with a strong accompaniment also from our peace advocacy groups, from different civil society organizations in trying to address this malalim na mga structural injustice. Again, this is not just for every next election, but these are problems that needs to be addressed generational, no? Kasi andiyan na yan sa matagal na panahon at hindi tayo magkakaroon ng totoong kapayapaan, positive peace habang hindi ito na-address itong mga structural violence. So thank you very much for having me here. I hope it sheds some lights, on the topic, or it invites. I hope my presentation invites you more for further reading, further study, further analysis. I hope marami tayong na-generate na questions after my presentation na pwedeng hindi not necessarily masasagot natin ngayon, no, but as a starting point to deepen our understanding, our analysis with the subject matter. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi.
Thank you to our dear resource speakers for your expertise in sharing this very informative presentation. And we were enlightened, and at some point, this is a reflection also to all of us. These three topics are very timely, conflict resolution, and you really explained well structural violence, which include health, economic, poverty, gender, racial disparities, and others. So we all have responsibility in the choices we make about how we approach conflict. So let's choose to be a peace builder or a peacemaker. Again, to Ma'am Siti Janine M. Dumao, Peace Program Officer for Ministry of Public Order and Safety, BARM. Dr. Lo Ivan L. Castillon, Chief Planning Division Office of Chief Minister, BARM. And Dr. Termizi Abdullah, a professor of MSU Marawi. Thank you so much. And at this point, we will now proceed to our open forum. May I call in Doc Abigail Veloso and Doc Naima Pendi to facilitate the open forum. Doc, yes.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Claire and Ma'am Naila. So once again, good morning to the participants of this webinar on structural violence. And please allow me again acknowledge our course professor, Dr. Noruddin D. Salam, and the Dean of Graduate School, Dr. Tarhata Giamalon. Also to our three brilliant resource speakers, Ma'am Siti Janine Gamao, Dr. Lou Ivan Castillon, and Dr. Termizi Abdullah. So we are lucky to have you as our speakers this morning. I particularly like hearing the presentations of our resource speakers on the fundamentals of conflict and violence, causes of conflicts, methods or ways of resolving conflict, and the structural violence in the context of Bangsamoro. And I know that everyone here in this webinar is grasping additional knowledge and interesting insights. So without further ado, let us proceed to our open forum. To our participants, if you have questions, queries, and clarifications about the topics presented to us by our resource speakers, you may raise your questions by clicking the icon below the raise hand icon there for you to be recognized. So later, questions in our chat box will be read also by my co-moderator today, Doc Naima Kadon Pendi. So let's start.
Yes,
So requesting,
good.
yes, ma. Yes,
Ma'am,
Doc Naima.
okay. Greetings of peace to each and everyone. Okay, so please allow me to read the queries or questions raised by one of our participants. Okay, so let's have from Ma'am Joyce Grafilo. Okay, her question is found in the chat box. Okay, where does electoral violence belongs? And with the recent results, locally and nationally, what is your views on this in relation to Galtung theory, or should it be important to address it? So the Ma'am Joyce Grafilo, to whom you address this question po.
Yes, ma'am. I put it there on my first, to whom it may concern. So I really do not know where to address it. Anybody could just answer it po.
Okay, thank you po. Okay, from the three speakers, so anyone po who can answer the question of Ma'am Joyce Grafilo?
Yung of what we mean. Pero may clinic sa fruta. May integrate yung sa fruta. YouTube work, isang profession.
Sige, hello po. Sige, I will just share siguro my reflection doon sa question ni Ma'am Joyce. Hello Ma'am Joyce, no? Ma'am Joyce is one of my mentors when I was in DU.
Hello, sir.
I'm thinking about, the question is about, actually it's very complicated question, and for me the question is, where does electoral violence belongs? Okay, this is the first phrase that I want to answer. Actually, electoral violence is actually it's not part actually of the system itself, but it is a direct violence. This is an intention of one political party or the other. So electoral violence belongs actually to, if you identify its form, it is a direct and mostly direct and physical. And with the recent results of a local, national, what is your views on this relation to Galton theory? Actually, if you talk about Galton's theory, if you talk about election per se, it is an expression of rights. No, it is a space where everybody, as part of our democracy, everybody is being heard, no, and listened and consulted, no. But in the aspect of violence, there are some spoilers, no, of violence, and the spoilers are those inflicted harm or have this violence during this period of time. If you talk about peace as a whole, because based on Johann Galtung theory of peace, no, of positive and negative peace, positive peace talks about the social justice, no. It's not a mere conceived matter of control to minimize or something. It's not about reduction of violence, no. That is not the very intention of peace according to Johann Galtung, but it is about vertical development. It is symmetric, no, in practice. It is a development wherein social justice prevail. So with this, no, the election-related violence is actually a physical violence. If people believe that this kind of violence is part and parcel of the existing structure, that it is normal to have a violence in the time of election, this is a kind of mind conditioning that thinking that is part of the structure where in fact it is not. We have policies and guidelines and rules that this is prohibited. And with that, I think Johan Galtong would like us to direct us that, and everything that we do, especially in kumbaga, encountering this kind of violence, it is always that vertical development, no, co-decision, decentralization of participation is the very essence of uh, of of thinking towards a peaceful society. Ganun yung gustong iparating sa atin ng theory ni Galton on positive peace, no. So if your question is, should it be important to address? Yes, it is. No, it is. That is why we are called to be mapagmatsyag. We are called to be makialam, makialam at makiisa, no, sa pagkaroon ng malinis at mapayapang halalan. So the very intention, no, ng kumbaga encountering, no, this electoral violence is not a counter not to counter it with violence, but to counter it with our participation, with our with documentation, with our participation, and also cooperation, no, with our state leaders. Siguro ganun ko siguro ika-capture yung how this relationship, no, electrical violence related to Johan Galtong's theory of peace. Hope I answered your question, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Ma'am, can I footnote sa senior ni Dr. Ivan? Just a footnote lang din. Kasi to whom it may concern naman yung addressing ng question. Oo. So reflection din yung sagot ko doon sa gusto kong i-footnote doon sa sagot ni Sir Ivan. Yes, we have to remember na yung election-related violence or yung electoral violence ay hindi lang doon sa during the election day. Kasi nangyayari po yung election-related violence during the registration period, no, during the campaign period, no, during the election day, during the counting and canvassing. May mga reports po tayong naririnig na ngayon, bilangan, pero meron pa ring mga violence na nangyayari. And then even during the proclamation, no? And between the proclamation ng mga bagong nahalal at sa susunod na election, may mga nangyayari pong mga election-related na violence, yung mga ambush na minsan na ire-report, tapos ang report ay related siya doon sa nangyari during the last election. Kung titingnan po natin, no, superficially, talaga yung election-related violence ay direct violence siya. Pero malakas ang kanyang connection, yung connection niya, it has something to do a lot with the structural violence, the political violence, no. Let's say for example, nangyayari yung mga election-related violence, it's because may nangyayaring vote buying, and then yung mga tao binibenta nila yung boto nila, no, kasi nga dahil wala silang income, no, so they see this one as opportunity na makakuha ng pera, no, for economic survival. So yes, siya ay direct violence siya, pero malaki ang sinasabi niya kung anoong merong mas malalim na problema sa isang lugar, no. Tingnan natin dito sa Lanao, no, sa case namin sa Lanao, ang daming reports on election-related violence. Tingnan natin yung poverty incidence ng lugar. No? Tingnan natin yung unequal distribution of wealth sa isang lugar. Medyo higher po siya. So kahit siya ay direct violence, ma'am, ay malaki ang sinasabi niya, malaki yung connection niya doon sa structural violence injustices na nangyari, no? Or minsan tinatawag natin na social injustice or oppression, pero yun nga tinatawag natin siyang violence kasi nga it can be prevented by human decisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you po.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ivan and Dr. Tirmisi for answering that question. And also we have questions here, another question from Sir Joel. This is his question. There could be economic violence. So, Doc Ivan.
Okay, there could be economic violence. Actually, mostly of the violence experienced by human, for example, by the citizens, actually are economic. No, structural violence actually captures economic violence because, for example, the rich or the big gap between the rich and the poor. It defines how the structure contributes to the disadvantage of the vulnerable sectors. Paano natin makikita na mayroong economic violence? Yung pagmahal ng mga presyo ng mga bilihin, that could be part of economic violence. It's because for the poorest of the poor to hard to access the basic needs, no, in order to survive, that is already part of violence. It is directly affect physically, no, or on the total aspect of human person or of the citizen. But as Dr. Abdullah said ago, it also dig deep to the very core problem or of the issue, which is poverty, hunger, no, survival. So those things actually are the root causes. So what are the causes of the root causes? There's so many cost, or what we call is the cost of the cost, no, because all these actually are system that delimits, no, the capacity, no, the opportunity of those in the laylayan. Medyo mahirap, no, na sinasabi na paano pa natin ito makikita, like makapagpa-hospital sila pero wala sila pambayad. They don't have the opportunity to pay for their expenses. Those part of economic violence. Some point only the opportunities are available for those who can. At some point you can say that because they have the opportunity, they have the capacity. Thinking about social justice at some point, no, we cannot blame those people. We cannot totally blame those people who are very poor, those who don't have the capacity, because nandun yung kanilang sitwasyon. But at some point, we need to reflect on what system, where they belong, why they had that kind of life. No, that is why it's very important to reflect on the things we work on our advocacy, in selecting our leaders also, to look into those people, no, na they don't have the capacity, those less fortunate or those vulnerable, no, Kasi at some point they are all the victims of all of this. It could be structural violence, it could be economic violence, it could be physical violence. Actually, they seem to be like a pawn, no? In all these things happened, no, in our society. We consider them as the one who insinuate crimes, the one who are the suspects, no, who are the main character of all this violence. But actually, they are the pawns, no. If we need to reflect on the root causes of all of this, they are the pawns, no, of the society, of the system, no, that bring all them, no, to a position that they don't have choice but to struggle, no, to work on this because they don't have any other opportunity to work on. Siguro ganun yun. Siguro kayo minsan, no, si tatay na nagsisikad araw-araw, hindi mo pwedeng sabihin na siguro kung nag-aral ito siya ng mabuti, hindi ito siya maging sikad, no. Siguro tamad ito siya kasi hindi naging maganda ang buhay niya. You need to look at that. Sa tingin mo, ginusto niya ba magsikad araw-araw? Tamad ba siya kung buong araw siya nagsikad para makapagtrabaho? So this is some sort of reflection that we need to look into, to why poor becomes poorer, no? Siguro yun lang.
Okay. Pwede rin mag-add doon sa sagot ni Sir Ivan, no? Yes po, meron pong economic violence. In fact, kung titingnan natin, yung mga structural violence ay deeply rooted din sa usaping economic survival. Yung na-mention nga kanina ni Sir Ivan na, let's say for example, yung isang magsasaka, yung tatay mo nagsasaka for 8 hours a day. Pero no, pag yung naaanin niya ay not even enough doon para i-cover yung capital niya na doon sa kanyang pagsasaka. So it's economic and there is something wrong with the system. Kasi kung titingnan mo, 8 hours yung iginugol niya, hindi mo masasabi na tamad siya, no? Kaya hindi umaangat yung buhay niya, no? Same, no? 8 hours. Kung andun ka sa Manila, andun ka sa ibang bansa, 8 hours din yung ginugugol mo. Yung si Lolo na nandito na magsasaka, 8 hours din yung ginugugol niya. But still, he is becoming poorer, no, from time to time kasi nga not even enough yung naaanin niya to cover yung naging capital niya dun sa pagsasaka niya. Another example of economic violence is this issue of unemployment, no? Unemployment, yung mga undocumented na mga workers, no, na hindi binibigay sa kanila yung kanilang mga karapatan. No, recently recently meron kaming binisita dito ng mga workers na tinanggal sila, no, within Lanao lang, o tinanggal sila ng kumpanya nung nagka-pandemic, and then talagang na-display sila, no, pinaalis sila doon sa compound ng company na wala man lang mabuting pag-uusap, no, between these workers and the company. Tapos nalaman din namin, no, when we accompany them, no, to bring their case na undocumented sila, no, kulang yung isinasahod sa kanila. So they are being, no, exploited. So yes po, meron pong economic violence at saka interconnected ito sa structural violence. In fact, maraming structural violence na what is this, ang kanyang pinagsisimulan ay economic. Another good example ng itong nangyari sa Marawi, hindi lang na-displace ay yung tao but even the economic activities ng mga tao. Yung mga traders, no, na-displace sila yung iba because na-displace sila, hindi na nagpatuloy yung kanilang what is this businesses, no. So yeah, na-remember ko tuloy yung mga movie ni Charlie Chaplin, no, he was actually yung mga videos niya, I don't know if you're familiar with Chaplin, exposing system, no, yung mga injustices, no, sa mga sistema, sa economic system. Na remember ko tuloy na itong si Charlie Chaplin nung nakakuha yung company ng robot na kayang maglagay ng maraming produkto doon sa box, no, no. Let's say si Charlie Chaplin nung siya ang gumagawa mano-mano, malagay na lang niya sa isang box within 5 minutes ay 10. But because meron ng robot, no, makalagay siya ng 30 na produkto sa isang box. So mas pinili nila yung robot compare kay Charlie Chaplin who is tao. So parang minus na hindi na nakikita yung dignidad ng tao, ang nakikita lang is yung benefits, yung economic benefits ng isang malalaking kumpanya. Thank you.
Thank you so much po to our brilliant speakers for answering those questions coming from our participants. Okay, now let's move on to another question, or I think a clarification from Ma'am Joyce Grafilo. Please let me read the statement po in our chat box. RIDO is a threat to economic stability. Correct me if there is any programs on this BARMM, or should we let it be?
Okay po, can I answer the question? Yes, RIDO po is a threat to the economic stability. No? Nung nagka-campaign nga kami, nag-peace advocacy kami dito sa Lanao, no? Sinasabi ko sa mga tao, look, no, itong lugar natin sa Lanao, let's say for example yung tao from Cagayan de Oro City pupunta sa Cotabato, no? Mas malapit kung dito dadaan sa Lanao, pero mas gusto niyang umikot na lang sa Mindanao, no, rather than going through Lanao na malapit lang sa Cotabato. No, it's because of the presence of the community-based conflict like RIDO. So kapag walang mga tao na dumadaan, di walang maliit yung economic activities, no? Hindi nadadaanan, walang dumadaan, no? Sa Lanao, isang potential to attract more local tourists, no, and even outsider ng mga tourists is yung heritage, no, yung history, pero hindi ito na ma-maximize. It's because of the peace and order situations sa Lanao, no? Kahit pa mayroong magagandang i-showcase dito, i-promote dito ng mga heritage sites, no, local heritage sites, but we cannot do that kasi yung mga tao ayaw pumunta kasi natatakot because of the presence of the community-based conflict, yung mga RIDO. So malaking threat siya sa economic stability. Kung nagiging threat nga siya, naapektuhan nga niya yung education, yung healthcare ng mga tao, how much more yung economic stability. Another very basic example, minsan yung mga lugar hindi nalalagyan ng daanan, it's because may presence, may RIDO doon sa area, may mga community-based conflict doon. So hindi nila ipasemento yung kalsada. So paano madadala ng mabilisan, efficiently ng mga magsasaka yung produkto nila sa market, no? Minsan they have to wait days, no, just to mag-calm down lang yung situation kasi may pagkarito sa isang place na yun. Yes, I totally agree, no, na hindi lang siya basta threat, kundi meron siyang negative impact ang mga community-based conflict sa economic stability. Now, taking the case of Bangsamoro, maraming ayaw mag-invest dito. It's because of the presence of community-based conflict, no? Community-based conflict sa lugar. So, yun yung basic na reflection ko na gusto kong isagot doon sa clarification sa tanong. For the programs of BARM, I am not from BARM, no? BARM, pero may mga may mga naging active ako na initiative ang BARM in relation to this. No, I think si Ma'am Janine could also answer this one. Sa Ministry of Public Order and Safety, isa sa mandate nila is to promote peace, to address this community-based conflict. No, nakasama ko sa kanila pag ikot-ikot dito sa Lanao, no, in their peace advocacy campaigns and in helping, no, in helping the local mediators, no, in capacitating, no, the local mediators, no, yung nagsisettle ng mga redo, no, mga redo. In fact, may ongoing na ginagawa ang Ministry of Public Order and Safety to profile kung ano yung mga existing na mga active na mga redo dito sa Lanao. So meron pong ginagawa in my observation as an outsider ang BARM through the Ministry of Public Order and Safety, no. But still, marami pa rin pwedeng gawin. Kasi dito sa Lanao, ang na-observe ko sa pag-ikot namin, kahit everyday, nakakatapos tayo ng 10 redo, mga community-based conflict. Nakaka-settle tayo ng mga conflict. Kung hindi pa rin na-change yung worldview ng tao, yung pananaw ng mga tao, kahit nakakatapos tayo ngayon 10 redo, ngayong election, madadagdagan naman ng 100, ng 200. Kasi yung mentality, total, meron namang darating na magsisettle ng mga redo. No? So sige lang, mag-redo na tayo. So something na ina-address natin ito, tapos dapat din nating i-address, no, yung mga deeper side of this one. Like say for example, yung values ng tao, yung worldview ng tao, yung pananaw ng tao. Kasi kung ang pananaw ng tao pa rin ay violence, no, violence. Kahit nakatapos tayo ng redo ngayon na 5, bukas madadagdagan ng 10. Then madadagdagan naman. So that is why important pa rin yung element yung sa pag-address nito ang peace advocacy and values transformation ng mga tao. Thank you.
Thank you so much once again to our speakers for answering those queries, clarifications, and questions coming from our participants, and also for sharing your reflections and some inputs regarding violence. No? So I think we have to end our open forum due to limited time. Time check, it's 11:35 po. So once again, thank you very much. Ma'am Claire and Ma'am Naila, back to you po.
Ma'am Claire.
Yes, Ma'am Naila. So it's let's move on to the awarding, Ma'am Naila.
Okay. So let us now move on to the awarding of certificates to our resource speakers. This will serve as a token of appreciation for their time and valuable contribution on this webinar. So may I request our class president, Doc Fahad Ali, to read and award the content of certificate of recognition to our respected resource speakers. Doc Fahad.
Yes, Assalamualaikum, Doc.
May
Take it away,
request Ma'am Bai Sheila to flash the certificate.
Thank you. May I request Ma'am Rani, Doc Rani, to stop share. Thank you.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Siguro before we award the certificate of appreciation to our speaker, allow me to say thank you to our brilliant speakers Actually, these are mga friends ko to, and alhamdulillah, binigyan tayo ng, kasi these are all busy person, like si Janine ay nasa Indonesia ngayon for tawag dito, conference, and also si Dr. Mizi ay alam ko this is a busy person din to, bilang professor siya sa MSU Marawi, and also to Doc Ivan bilang siya ang division chief ngayon ng planning and very busy din to. Please allow me to extend my gratitude and thank you for accepting our invitation to be our resource speaker for this very first time na webinar on the structural violence. So allow me to read the certificate of the citation. So Republic of the Philippines, Cotabato State University Graduate School. This certificate of recognition is proudly presented to first Miss Siti Janine M. Gamao, in grateful recognition for her invaluable support and meritorious service rendered as speaker during the conduct of webinar on structural violence held on May 11, 2022 via Zoom platform. Given this 11th day of May 2022 at Cotabato State University, Cotabato City, Philippines, signed by yours truly, Fahad B. Ali, as class representative of this course. Also, we have Dr. Nuruddin D. Salam, our professor for this subject, and also Dr. Tarhata Isgiamalon, the Dean of Graduate School, and also we have Dr. Sema G. Dilna, the CSU President. Also, another certificate of recognition is presented to Dr. Lo Ivan R. Castillan with same citation. Also, we have certificate of recognition is presented to Dr. Termizi Abdullah. Again, maraming salamat Janine, Dr. Ivan, and Dr. Termizi, and inshallah for the future engagement ng aming kung saan kami nag-aaral ngayon bilang students ng Cotabato State University, and also bilang employee ng Ministry of Public Order and Safety. Inshallah, continue pa rin yung ating engagements to have public order and safety, peace and development in our Bangsamoro region. Maraming salamat. Doc Naila, can we have our group photo with our speakers?
Yes, Press Doc. So once again, thank you to our honored resource speakers for sharing your knowledge and expertise in addressing some questions coming from our participants. So time check, it's 11:40. So maybe we can have our interactive game later after lunch po. So at this moment, may we request everyone just a minute, no, to open all your cameras for this morning session's photo together with our resource speaker. Please po, Ma'am Baishin, take charge of the photo shotting or screenshotting. Sound from machine.
Okay na siguro? Nakamute.
Machine,
Ayan.
dala
Opo.
po.
Last one, last.
Okay, yes.
Opo, thank you so much. Ayan.
So,
Congratulations.
thank you. So probably we can resume at 12:45. So I am encouraging everyone to please be on time this afternoon so that you will not be missing our giveaways. So we will be doing the interactive games later kasi it's 11:45, you know. So Ma'am Naila.
Yes, thank you, Ma'am Doc. At this point in time, we will momentarily cut the program so that we can have our lunch meal because we will be having a 1 hour break. So again, we are encouraging everyone, if you have a stable internet connection, you may stand by here in this session, and if not, you can return at exactly 1 p.m. this afternoon. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So again, please stand by because we still have 2 topics this afternoon. For a while, enjoy your lunch break. And Mambay, can you play some background music there?
Okay, see you this afternoon.
Worth more than peace and love on the planet Earth. Whoa, come on and sing it with me. Sing. The words relate to the key. If it's a pattern, just repeat after me. Life and death, love and birth, and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth, and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth, and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth, and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth, and peace and war on the planet Earth. and love and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the Is there anything that's worth more than peace and love on the planet Earth? Whoa, come on and sing it with me. Sing. The words relate to the key. Key. If it's a pattern, then just repeat after me. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the Is there anything that's worth more than peace and love on the planet Earth? Whoa, come on and sing it with me. Sing. The words relate to the key. Key. If it's a pattern, then just repeat after me. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the Is there anything that's worth more than peace and love on the planet Earth? Whoa, come on and sing it with me. Sing. The words relate to the key. Key. If it's a pattern, then just repeat after me. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the Is there anything that's worth more than peace and love on the planet Earth? Whoa, come on and sing it with me. Sing. The words relate to the key. Key. If it's a pattern, then just repeat after me. death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the Is there anything that's worth more than peace and love on the planet Earth? Whoa, come on and sing it with me. Sing. The words relate to the key. Key. If it's a pattern, then just repeat after me. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the Is there anything that's worth more than peace and love on the planet Earth? Whoa, come on and sing it with me. Sing. The words relate to the key. Key. If it's a pattern, then just repeat after me. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the Is there anything that's worth more than peace and love on the planet Earth? Whoa, come on and sing it with me. Sing. The words relate to the key. Key. If it's a pattern, then just repeat after me. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the Is there anything that's worth more than peace and love on the planet Earth? Whoa, come on and sing it with me. Sing. The words relate to the key. Key. If it's a pattern, then just repeat after me. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the Is there anything that's worth more than peace and love on the planet Earth? Whoa, come on and sing it with me. Sing. The words relate to the key. Key. If it's a pattern, then just repeat after me. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the Is there anything that's worth more than peace and love on the planet Earth? Whoa, come on and sing it with me. Sing. The words relate to the key. Key. If it's a pattern, then just repeat after me. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the Is there anything that's worth more than peace and love on the planet Earth? Whoa, come on and sing it with me. Sing. The words relate to the key. Key. If it's a pattern, then just repeat after me. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the Is there anything that's worth more than peace and love on the planet Earth? Whoa, come on and sing it with me. Sing. The words relate to the key. Key. If it's a pattern, then just repeat after me. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the Is there anything that's worth more than peace and love on the planet Earth? Whoa, come on and sing it with me. Sing. The words relate to the key. Key. If it's a pattern, then just repeat after me. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the Is there anything that's worth more than peace and love on the planet Earth? Whoa, come on and sing it with me. Sing. The words relate to the key. Key. If it's a pattern, then just repeat after me. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the Is there anything that's worth more than peace and love on the planet Earth? Whoa, come on and sing it with me. Sing. The words relate to the key. Key. If it's a pattern, then just repeat after me. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the Is there anything that's worth more than peace and love on the planet Earth? Whoa, come on and sing it with me. Sing. The words relate to the key. Key. If it's a pattern, then just repeat after me. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the Is there anything that's worth more than peace and love on the planet Earth? Whoa, come on and sing it with me. Sing. The words relate to the key. Key. If it's a pattern, then just repeat after me. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the Is there anything that's worth more than peace and love on the planet Earth? Whoa, come on and sing it with me. Sing. The words relate to the key. Key. If it's a pattern, then just repeat after me. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the Is there anything that's worth more than peace and love on the planet Earth? Whoa, come on and sing it with me. Sing. The words relate to the key. If it's a pattern, then just repeat after me. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the Is there anything that's worth more than peace and love on the planet Earth? Whoa, come on and sing it with me. Sing. The words relate to the key. If it's a pattern, then just repeat after me. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the Is there anything that's worth more than peace and love on the planet Earth? Whoa, come on and sing it with me. Sing. The words relate to the key. If it's a pattern, then just repeat after me. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the Is there anything that's worth more than peace and love on the planet Earth? Whoa, come on and sing it with me. Sing. The words relate to the key. If it's a pattern, then just repeat after me. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the Is there anything that's worth more than peace and love on the planet Earth? Whoa, come on and sing it with me. Sing. The words relate to the key. Key. If it's a pattern, then just repeat after me. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the Is there anything that's worth more than peace and love on the planet Earth? Whoa, come on and sing it with me. Sing. The words relate to the key. Key. If it's a pattern, then just repeat after me. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the Is there anything that's worth more than peace and love on the planet Earth? Whoa, come on and sing it with me. Sing. The words relate to the key. Key. If it's a pattern, then just repeat after me. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the Is there anything that's worth more than peace and love on the planet Earth? Whoa, come on and sing it. And on the planet, peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and war on the planet Earth. Is there anything that's more than sing? The words relate to the key. Key. If it's a pattern, then just repeat after me. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and war on the planet Earth? Is there anything that's worth more than peace and love on the planet Earth? Whoa, come on and sing it with me. Sing. The words relate to the key. Key. If it's a pattern, then just repeat after me. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the Is there anything that's worth more than peace and love on the planet Earth? Whoa, come on and sing it with me. Sing. The words relate to the key. Key. If it's a pattern, then just repeat after me. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the Is there anything that's worth more than peace and love on the planet Earth? Whoa, come on and sing it with me. Sing. The words relate to the key. Key. If it's a pattern, then just repeat after me. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth.
Maraming salamat po. Ay, sabi mo, meron na kasi live.
Wala mo tayong viewers.
Panoorin
Hello, viewers. Good evening.
Magandang gabi sa ating
Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the Is there anything that's worth more than peace and love on the planet Earth? Whoa, come on and sing it with me. Sing. The words relate to the key. Key. If it's a pattern, then just repeat after me. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the Is there anything that's worth more than peace and love on the planet Earth? death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the Is there anything that's worth more than peace and love on the planet Earth? Whoa, come on and sing it with me. Sing. The words relate to the key. Key. If it's a pattern, then just repeat after me. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the Is there anything that's worth more than peace and love on the planet Earth? Whoa, come on and sing it with me. Sing. The words relate to the key. Key. If it's a pattern, then just repeat after me. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the Is there anything that's worth more than peace and love on the planet Earth? Whoa, come on and sing it with me. Sing. The words relate to the key. Key. If it's a pattern, then just repeat after me. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the Is there anything that's worth more than peace and love on the planet Earth? Whoa, come on and sing it with me. Sing. The words relate to the key. Key. If it's a pattern, then just repeat after me. Life and death and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and birth and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the Is there anything that's worth more than peace and love on the planet Earth? Whoa, come on and sing it with me.
Sing.
The words relate to the key. If it's a pattern, then just repeat after me. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet Earth.
Umaga. Sabi niya mag-umaga na. Maraming salamat po sa iyong tulong at support. At board member Pangansayan.
Hello po, maraming salamat sa support at pagmamahal.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome back to our session. And may we request again to everyone to please share our link, no, so that and invite your co-teachers, co-office mates to join our webinar today. And please click the attendance link in our chat box. Naila, are you there?
Yes, Ma'am Claire, welcome back.
Okay. So it's
So perhaps no, before we proceed to our before we proceed to this afternoon session, are we going to have our game first, Ma'am? No?
Yes po, Doc Naila.
Okay, take it away po.
Okay, to our course professor, Dr. Noruddin Salam, good afternoon. To our respected resource speakers, and welcome and good afternoon. No? As promised, a time check is 12:47, and we will be energized first with the Kahoot game. This is a virtual game, and of course, we will be giving prizes to the lucky winners. So, without further ado, Doc Hazel and Doc Baishina, take it away. Doc Shane.
Yeah, thank you, Ma'am Claire. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. There we go. To all our attendees on board, please sign in po sa www.kahoot.it. Game pin 2223116. So this will be our round 1 of Kahoot while we proceed sa ating next session po. So to all our attendees, classmates, mga dokis, everyone please join or else we will give the remaining participants our prizes. Thank you.
Wala pa. Ay.
Again, to our attendees, we are encouraging or inviting the 31 participants, no, to please join our Kahoot game.
We will start 12:54, inshallah. Sana hindi po sila nawawala sa sa deck. Thank you.
Sige. I'm so excited with the game.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure talking to you about gender-based violence Indian perspective. At the outset, I would like to thank teacher Vaishanya from Philippines, who has given me this wonderful opportunity to share my thoughts and vision.
Okay, we will start na. Habol na lang yung iba. Thank you. Number 1 question. It refers to social circumstances, frequency, aspects of social structures. Red, peace studies. Blue, violent conflict. Yellow, peace building. Green, structural violence. Which one? So the correct answer is structural violence. 6 po ang nakatama. Sino-sino kaya sila? Ayan. Based on our scoreboard. Maki, Marvin, Yes, Lee, and Ma'am Naima. Next question. This will be 5 questions lamang po muna ha. Then let's go to round 2 inshallah next. Number 2 question. Conflict is a state of human interaction where there is disharmony. Is it true or false? What's your answer? Pabilisan po ito. Conflict is a state of human interaction where there is disharmony. 2, 1. And the correct answer is true. Congratulations! Sino ang mga nanalo? So here's our scoreboard. Again, Sir Maki, Marvin, yes, Naima, and Norhana. Ayan, tingnan natin kung mababago ang ating scoreboard para sa ating ikatlong question. Positive peace is the absence of violence, like keeping them apart, not negative, but indifferent relations. True or false? Positive peace is the absence of violence. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer is false. It's negative peace. Okay? Acknowledging Dr. Jose Arnold Alferez. Hello, Sir Doc. Good afternoon po. Okay.
Hello, good afternoon. God bless.
Our scoreboard, Maki, yes, Marvin, Naima, and Norhana. Yan. Next. True or false? The basic point is that peace is a relation between two or more parties. Is it true or false? Which one? Again, we will be going to have our round 2 later. 2, 1. And the correct answer is true. So, congratulations sa 12 na nakatama. Let's see our scoreboard. Okay. So, Maki, yes. Marvin, Naima, and Norhana. Okay. Naglalagablab si Yes. Next. Last number for round 1. True or false? Violence is a concept of societal friendship and harmony in the absence of hostility and violence. Is it true or false? Yay! Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer is false. Okay? So, sino-sino mga nanalo? Ang ating top 5 po ang kukunin natin. Sila yung mananalo ng load. Yeah. So, here's our podium. Loading. So, for our third, Sir Marvin. First is Ma'am Sir Niez. And our first is Sir Maki, Ma'am Maki. Okay? Congratulations. Yung dalawa po, titingnan ko sa system mamaya. Okay? Sisend ko sa GC po natin. I mean sa Zoom chat. Okay? So, please, you may post your cellphone numbers sa ating chat box or pwede nyo pong private message sa akin. Okay? Thank you so much. Back to you. Facilitators, Ma'am Naila, Ma'am Claire.
All right. Congratulations to our winners. Oo, gusto ko sanang sumali kaya lang nag-loading eh. Anyway, congratulations. So once again, we are back. Doc Claire, good afternoon to our classmates. And again, to our dear participants, welcome back to our session. Doc Claire?
Yes po, yes Ma'am Naila, yes Doc Naila. And we would like to acknowledge also the presence of our course professor, Dr. Nordin Salam, and of course, the program head of Peace Development, Dr. Brother Arnold Alvarez. And congratulations to all our winners. So, Ma'am Naila, it seems they are all motivated now and ready to listen to our next two topics. Let us welcome maybe our who are assigned in introduction of our speakers for the fourth and fifth topics.
Yes, thank you, Doc Claire. It seems that we are all now motivated to listen to the next two topics, remaining two topics. So the first is gender-based violence based on Indian perspective. And the next topic is living with justice and compassion. Now, to introduce our resource speakers for the last two topics, may I request Doc Kenneth F. Lumenda and Doc Mary Ann Thomas to please do the honor of introducing our next resource speakers. Doc Kenneth. Doc Mary Ann. Yes, Doc Kenneth, go ahead po.
Tinawag kita 7.
6.
Yes, Doc Kenneth, go ahead po.
Sir Ken,
May technical problem yata si Doc Kenneth. Hindi siya marinig.
Who is his partner po?
I believe it's Doc Mary Ann Thomas.
Okay. Assalamualaikum po. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Am I clear po? Hello
Yes,
po.
Yes,
Okay po. So, my courtesy to our professor, Dr. Nordin Salam, to my classmates, and to all the participants of this structural violence webinar. So, my part is to introduce to you our fifth resource person. Our fifth resource person is a global mentor. She uses her expertise and talents in uplifting the quality of education, not just in her country, but globally. She studied at MC College, Sylhet, currently lives in Kejoranj, Dhaka, Bangladesh. She is an ICT4E or Information and Communication Technology for Education National Ambassador, a British Council School Ambassador,
and a National Geography certified teacher. She also teach SDG or Sustainable Development Goals Ambassador. She is also a Skype master teacher, an MIE or Microsoft Innovative Educator since 2017. She is also a Flipgrid Student Voice Ambassador. Currently, she is a head teacher at Banjgari Primary School at Bairab, Keshoreganj, Bangladesh. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege and honor to present to you our fifth resource speaker who will talk about living with justice and compassion, teacher Raihana Hake. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ma'am. Ma'am Tomas. Ayan. So, for our fourth speaker, will be Miss Paranjit from India. So, she will be having that one. Yeah. Miss Paranjit Kaur Dillon from India. And her presentation will be through a video recorded. So, without so much further ado, may I please share her video presentation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure talking to you about gender-based violence Indian perspective. At the outset, I would like to thank teacher Baishania from Philippines, who has given me this wonderful opportunity to share my thoughts and vision. Ladies and gentlemen, both women and men experience gender-based violence, but the majority of the victims are women and girls. A reality which all of us are aware of and which all of us do accept. The average man tends to be considerably stronger than the average woman, and this is what science says. Specifically, the absolute total body strength of women has been reported as being roughly 67% that of men. Remember the good old days when we were boys and girls and we could, when we had to run, we were not as fast as them. When we had to throw something, we were not as far away from them. These are some realities. Maybe that's how God wanted it, but some truth are here. There is no chance for the welfare of the world unless the condition of women is improved. It is not possible for a bird to fly on only one wing. So said Swami Vivekananda. Totally agree with him. For this life to move forward, for men and women to move forward, for family to move forward, for countries and societies to move forward, both men and women, they play a very important and vital role, and both of them should have that strength to move ahead. Violence against women and girls continues unabated in every continent, country, and culture. It takes a devastating toll of women's lives on their families and on society as a whole. Most societies prohibit such violence, yet the reality is that too often it is covered up or tacitly condoned. UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon said it, the ex-UN General Secretary. And ladies and gentlemen, it is so true. We have to put it aside. So many times we put it under the carpet and overlook all the challenges woman faces in her life when she wants to live a very independent life. What can we do? The first and the foremost thing which we all need to do is to refuse this abuse. Say no to it. Stand up, speak up, and let everybody know that you're not for it. Maybe we can reduce an iota of abuse which is happening around the world in our vicinity and far and wide. Coming to the Indian perspective, place of women in Indian society. You know, in India, we consider women as the goddesses, and in Indian language, in Hindi, we call her Devi. Devi means the goddesses.
Okay, everyone. Pause ko lang po muna. Okay lang po ba ang audio, ang video sa inyo? Hindi po naglalag? Thank you po.
Naglalag nga po, Ma'am Do. Good afternoon, Joke Jubair.
Sorry po.
Say no to it. Stand up, speak up, and let everybody
This
know that you're
one,
not
laging
for
pa
it.
rin.
Maybe we can reduce an iota of abuse which is happening around the world in our vicinity and far and wide. Coming to the Indian perspective,
Yes po,
place of
Ma'am.
women in
Bye.
Indian society. You know, in India, we consider women as the goddesses, and in Indian language, in Hindi, we call her Devi. Devi means the goddesses. She is the mother who brings life on earth. She is the sister who loves her brother and the mother and father. She's the wife. What wonderful role this woman has to play. And now what has been added is she is the bread earner of the family. She is not confined to the four walls of the house. She moves out, works, and supports the family when it comes to economics also. She is the compassionate member of the society. Women are always considered to be better administrator because along with their head, they put their heart also into that administration. She is basically more compassionate than men. The woman is celebrated as the most powerful and empowering force in Indian religious practices. Let's see how that is. We have so many gods and goddesses in our country. We have goddesses Saraswati. She is the goddesses of music and learning. So before you pick up your music instrument, say your guitar or your piano or anything, first you pay your reverence to Mother Saraswati by folding your hands. Goddesses Lakshmi, she is known as the goddesses of wealth and prosperity. We have this festival Diwali, the festival of life, when we actually, festival of light, beg your pardon there, where we actually worship Goddesses Lakshmi, Goddesses Lakshmi for wealth and prosperity. We worship the divine feminine energy of Shakti in Durga, Kali and Parvati. So women is all energy, woman is empowerment, woman is strength, and for that we worship three goddesses, that's Durga, Kali and Parvati. Coming to our very own India, symbol of Indian nationalism is Bharat Ma. So just as we have Mother Earth, we call it Mother India also, and Mother India in our language is known as Bharat Mata. That is how we revere women. Women in India are emerging in all sectors, including politics, business, medicine, sports, and agriculture. Gone are the days when they were in their houses, never looked out of the window, just limited to the family inside the home. But today, she's leading. She's a CEO of a company. She's a CEO of an organization, and she's leading men and women together as she moves ahead in her life. Let me take you and introduce you to the 10 most inspiring women, role models of empowerment in our country. They could fight violence. They could find a place for themselves in Indian society, and so they are the role models. Coming to Mother Teresa, she's a nun who became a saint, the only nun, I believe, and she was given a Nobel Peace Prize. Indira Gandhi, she is the third Prime Minister of Free India, and she was the daughter of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, the first Prime Minister of India. Kalpana Chawla is the only Indian American woman who went to space as such, the only Indian woman as we take it like that. Indira Nui, she was the CEO of Pepsi Cola, I believe, the soft drink and the snack company. Aishwarya Rai, the beauty queen, and she won Miss World 1994 pageant. Moving on to another beauty queen, Priyanka Chopra. She won the 2000 beauty pageant, and she is both of them actress right now. And Priyanka Chopra is acting in so many Hollywood films apart from Bollywood films, and she's the highest paid Indian actress. Ela Bhatt, she initiated SEVA, which stands for self-employment for women as such. And then Mary Kom, who doesn't know her? She's the first Indian to win the boxing gold, Asian gold as such. But how can we talk about violence if we don't discuss about sustainable development goals? 17 of them, a promise by 193 world leaders that they are going to work together for these 17 goals so that we can have a sustainable world. Goals are very simple: no poverty, zero hunger, good health, quality education, gender equality is where I emphasize upon goal number 5, and I also emphasize upon goal number 10, reduce inequalities. Of course, the climate, the life on land and life below water, and peace, justice, and strong institution, and of course partnership for goals, and all other goals are equally important. But what, ladies and gentlemen, actually stands out is goal number 5, and that is gender equality and women's empowerment as a stand-alone goal, goal 5, and cross-cutting priority across all SDGs. You know, if you want no violence, let every girl be educated. Let us focus on SDG 4, quality education. The moment a girl is educated or a boy is educated for that reason, they know what is right and wrong for them. They stand up for the family. They earn, they get better jobs because they're highly qualified now. They earn and they can add some income, some money to the family. And when they women add money to the family, obviously everybody keeps good health because now they're eating better food, richer food, and then there's no poverty. And as such, all these goals are interconnected. We say goal number 4 is the mother goal, but then goal number 5, that is, gender equality, becomes very important, because without gender equality, we have half the world, 50% men and 50% women. If they work together, it's working for the complete earth, for the complete planet. Coming to gender-based violence once again, it's important to be compassionate towards others. If we are not compassionate, how are we going to fight violence? The love which is there in your heart, the charity which is there, which brings equality amongst the members of the society, the compassion which is required, be it in terms of lending a helping hand, be it in terms of supporting women in other communities, the vulnerable members of the society, anywhere. If you are compassionate, if you have love in yourself, if you have empathy for others, I think we can do away with the violence. That's how the entire world should rise up and fight this violence, which is so prevalent in the society today, in every country, be it be rich, be it be poor, be it be developing country, be it be developed country. violence is there, which we need to accept. But together we are stronger, and I'm so sure we can fight this violence. We need to develop compassion for ourselves too. If we are compassionate with ourselves, we understand what is compassion when it comes for others. In order to develop and promote peace amongst the society and development again amongst the society, we need to develop compassion in ourselves. Only if we care for the poor and the needy, for the have-nots in the society, if we can develop compassion for them, I'm so sure this violence would no longer be seen anywhere around the world. And that's, I believe, the only, the mantra, as we call it, to end violence, if we are compassionate towards others and towards ourselves. And now, a well-known saying goes, catch them young. What do we do in our school? As the head teacher of a school, as the principal, the sole responsibility to stop this violence and play a small role with your important members of your teaching fraternity is to make the children understand what violence is, how bad it can be for the development and growth of the society, and what we need to do when it comes to violence. It's advocacy, it's awareness, it is knowledge how harmful it is, and that's what we do in this school, which is situated in a village and caters to children from 65 villages as such. We care for our children, and we want to fight and stop gender violence, and so we have taken this step. We make sure that children, everybody, there's mass participation in sports. Sports, they say, can develop team spirit. Sports, they say, can develop understanding. Sports, they say, can develop compassion for your team members and for the team out there. And so we emphasize a lot on sports, and we have plenty of inter-house, intra-class matches which go on regularly in our school. This is my grade 12, and they are those young boys 17 and 18 years old, and they are up to those calisthenic exercises which we feel are very, very important. Sports is fitness. Yoga is an Indian tradition of keeping the mind and the body fit. And we go for yoga in a big way. So here is it. And it's all about SDG 3, good health and well-being. And you can see this is when we celebrated our sports day. Not to be left behind, the girls and boys, they are part of the NCC division as such, so that they get equal opportunity, and they're trained to save their country and build their own character when they take up NCC. Self-defense when it comes to girls. We had this karate sessions and karate classes, especially for girls, so that they are trained to stand up for themselves, to fight for themselves, to be physically fit, and to be mentally strong when they're physically fit. Gender Literacy Club is an important step which we have taken in our school. We went for this awareness campaign. We went to villages to tell them that the mother has no specific role when it comes to delivering a boy or a girl child. Coming to India, there are so many taboos and so many dogmas which are related to delivering a girl child and not having a male child. It is a reality, though with education we all have come out from this thought as such. Science says mother is not responsible for the sex of the child is what we went to deliver out to all those villagers in the neighborhood villages by doing some street play. And this was an initiative which was started by the government of India, and it was in collaboration with Pushpa Gujral Science City, and we were part of the team, and children were so happy and proud to make the grown-up people, the men, women, the mothers and the fathers understand that this has nothing to do with violence at home, which is because the woman has delivered a girl child. Some pictures which I'm taking you across. All my girls are dressed up, my girls and boys team are dressed up in those black attire, and you can see the ladies of the villages who were so happy to interact with us, and they were so happy to learn that the young boys and girls, the present day students, are aware and that they would not have injustice in their houses when they are, running families. Gender 5, SDG 5, gender equality poster making was another important step which we took when it came to gender sensitivity. Equal opportunities, rights everywhere were some of the topics. Technology for girls, women empowerment, discrimination against girl and women, violence against girl and women, and Planet 50/50 by 2030 is a slogan of the United Nations organization when they say we need to achieve all these 17 goals by 2030, and the planet should be 50/50, equally ruled by men and women, equal power, irrespective of caste, color, creed. As lovely posters by young boys and girls, and here it is, some more posters so that you can have a look that we went for face painting, we went for hand painting, we went for everything when it came to this. Planet 50/50 is another poster which you can see. Love these, because here a child is being trained to find gender violence which is prevailing in the society. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being such patient listeners. Let's together rise up, stand up and speak up for the planet to be 50/50 and step it up for gender equality. Thank you.
Thank you so much. In behalf of Miss Paramjit Dillon, she would like to say apology for not having live this time for some emergency activity. Thank you so much, everyone. Ma'am Claire, Ma'am Nai. Okay, so before we proceed to our next speaker, we'll just wait for a while. Ma'am Hazel, are you ready for our round 2 Kahoot? Oh, our next speaker is on board na. Alhamdulillah. So, let me co-host her first. My courtesy and respect to Miss Raihana Haq. Ma'am Tomas.
Good morning.
May you request Ma'am Tomas again to please introduce our next speaker. Sir Kenneth, Doc Kenneth, and Ma'am May and Tomas.
Hello po. Good morning. Good afternoon.
We request to please introduce again our next speaker. Thank
Can
you.
we hear? Marinig
Yes,
po
Sir
ako?
Kenneth. Yes, Sir Kenneth. Go ahead po.
So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A pleasant afternoon. So my task today is to introduce our next speaker. She is a head teacher, Bangsagari 1 Government Primary School in Bayrab, Kishoreganj, Bangladesh. And also she is a MIE since 2017, the Skype Master Teacher, and teaches SDGs Ambassador, the National Geography Certified Teacher, British Council School Ambassador, and also the Skype master teacher, and also the ICT4 in the national ambassador. Please welcome our guest speaker. Her topic is about the living with the justice and compassion, no other than Miss Raihana Haki from all the way from Bangladesh.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Miss Raihana. Yeah. Okay. The board's yours.
Yeah. Am I audible clearly?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Okay. Did you host me, co-host? Because I want to share my.
Yes. Yes, Ma'am Raihana. Already a
Okay.
co-host. Yes.
We have already 3 minutes fast. And you are going to start.
Yes, Miss Raihana, you may share
May
your
share.
screen, please.
Paramjit Dulon ma'am join here. Hello, Paramjit ma'am.
Miss
Are you there?
Paramjit, she's already done. She just sent me her recorded video presentation.
Oh, now this is time for mine.
Yeah,
Is this?
yes.
Oh,
Yes,
I'm
Miss
waiting for
Rehana.
her. I'm waiting for her. For this reason, I cannot start. I didn't start.
Pardon,
Can I
pardon.
start?
Yes, Miss Rehana,
Okay.
please. You may start now.
Oh, okay.
Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This is please pardon me. I'm waiting for her. I didn't know. I don't know about her. She just recording something. Okay, now I'm going to start. Good morning and good afternoon and good evening around the world, because this is the time difference. Here is good morning. We are going on just 11:35 p.m. AM here. Maybe you are 4 hours ahead from us. Okay, thank you all. Most welcome to my session. And I am Raihana Haq. I am a teacher of primary school in Bangladesh, and it is a government school. I worked here 20 years, and I have a lot of experience in a primary school as a primary school teacher. Now I am going to share my screen. Okay, let me give me some time. Can you see my screen? Please let me know.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it visible? Okay.
Yes.
Today my topic is living with justice and compassion. It is the most important things nowadays, you know. And from Bangladeshi aspect, I want to discuss about this topic. Now, welcome to my country. And my country, you know, you have already known, I am from Bangladesh and we speak Bengali. At first of all, I want to say what is justice. Justice feels like disappointment, frustration, satisfaction, freedom, and exuberance. We take as a given that injustice feels different to different people. You know, it is depend on different to different people. But considering the national implications, for it feeling like something nonetheless, with the potential to bring people together and rest them apart. Next, I want to say what is compassion. Just a few ideas. Compassion pushes us to address inequality, cruelty, and struggles of others. It encourages us to be kind. It allows us to see others and how we can help them and hold space for them. How can hold hand to others? How empathy for others, compassion. You know, Bangladesh is a density of population. We have a 70 crore people live in here. 80% speak Bengali. We speak Bengali. And 2% are tribal, speak ethnic language. We have a ethnic people. For this reason, they speak ethnic language. About 3% people live, they profess their Islam religion, and next of other are Hinduism. You know, in India, most of the people are Hinduism, and 60% people are Hinduism in our country because India is our neighboring country. For this reason, there are some people living here, and we were a subcontinent in Asia, India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. We are combined. We were combined countries, but nowadays we are free from other countries. India is another countries, and Pakistan also another countries, and we are. But some people live in here Hinduism. 1% or more than 1% people are Buddhism and Christian. But 83 or nearest 80, almost 85% people are Islam. They obey their religion, Islam. But we speak Bengali. Our first language is Bengali, and second or foreign language is English. But we have no other language. But ethnic people, some speak ethnic language. But our family bonding is very nice. We have a large family. We live with our grandparents, parents, and brother and siblings. We have 8-10 person live together. It is a good bonding in our country. As I said, we have a tribal population consists of 1 million people, just under the percent of total population. They live preliminary in Chittagong Hills. We have a hill tracks, Chittagong. Its name is, the division name is Chittagong, and others are live in Mymensingh. This is also other division. We call it division, or some countries tell is province, but we said it division. Sylhet and Rajshahi. They live in the hill area. Majority of tribal population live in rural settings, where many practice shifting cultivation. They speak tribal Burman language. You know, we have a tribal people, but we live together. We have a good family bonding. And our religion is also same. Some people religion is Islam, and some is Buddhism and Christian and Hinduism. you know, in Bangladesh, the great number of people from Myanmar, and maybe all people are Muslims. They come from Myanmar 2017. They came from Myanmar. They called Rohingya. Rohingya, you know, Rohingya. The refugees came from Myanmar in 2017, and they live in Cox's Bazar. It is a seaside area, and they came from Myanmar. Some push the military of Myanmar, the Rohingyas refugees, and they escaped violence from Myanmar. Many of them left just clothes and bags and their bags from their house or villages, and they live in Myanmar. And our government gave them everything, their expenditure and everything. Our government look after them from 2017. In spite of having of the world largest population, you know, as I said, we have a world largest population, density of population, but we gave them shelter. Our government gave them shelter, the Rohingya refugees. You see the picture in the screen. Some people came from the Myanmar, because Myanmar is a bordering country in our seaside. They push them. Some are push their government in our country, and our government gave shelter in the Cox's Bazar area. And we have as I said, we speak Bengali. Our main language is Bengali. For this reason, we have a Pohela Boishakh, New Year's. We celebrated Bengali New Year's in 14th April of the year, 14th April. And it is called Bengali New Year, and our language, we call it Pohela Boishakh. It is Pohela Boishakh. And we celebrated the Bengali New Year or Nobo Borsho, marks the first day of the initial month of Boishakh. We have a month, Bengali month, and this month name is Boishakh, and its name is Nobo Borsho, and we celebrated Pohela Boishakh. This is the Bengali New Year. Because we speak, 89% people speak Bengali. It is one of the most important festival for Bengali community. You know, from this occasion, you know, we all people celebrated the Bengali New Year, and we live together, and our bonding, our everything is very nice in our country. Our government is very kind government, and he look after all of peoples, and not only refugees, and all kind of religions. They live in peace in our country. In our school, we teach from the childhood. My school start their age 5 to 12, and grade 1 to 5. The students in our school daily assembly, we speak about the etiquette, no bully, empathy. We teach, because we know that from the childhood, if the students grow up and know about the empathy to others, and they know about the peace of the countries. For this reason, we try to teach from their childhood how to give the hand for others, how to look after their grandparents, their parents. So we teach from our school. Every school teach every day in their assembly and classroom. We practice it. And I want to say, we have some old, sorry. We have some old shelter, but we didn't push them. We never push our parents or our grandparents in the old shelter. We try to live in one family, and we have a joint family. Sometimes our uncle and aunt also live together, and our social bonding is very fine, and our government is also very kind of person. So our religions and everything, peace of everything is very nice. I think that this is that's all for today. If you want to know about our countries, you can ask me some questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Miss Raihana. Back to you, Ma'am Claire. Ma'am Nai, thank you.
Okay, once again, thank you to our resource speakers all the way from India and Bangladesh for imparting your knowledge and for addressing these very interesting topics to our participants about gender-based violence and about how to live with justice and compassion. Thank you for sharing the culture and lifestyles of your country to us Filipinos. Thank you for your valuable time and effort discussing of these topics, Ma'am Reghana Hat and Ma'am Paramjit Kawortilon. And now our speakers are ready to answer all your questions and concerns. May I call in Doc May Anbalite and Doc Aida Cato to facilitate the open forum. Doc, please.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So thank you for our two international speakers for this session. So our forum is now open. If you have your queries, you can type in our chat box so that we can raise it into to our two speakers today. So any queries po sa ating session ngayon?
Yes, Doc Mayan, may I ask question?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Good afternoon, Miss Ma'am Raihana Haki. It's a pleasure to have you in our webinar this for today, and I'm quite it's good to know that we have these similarities with the Filipino culture, the Bangsamoro culture, and with the Bangladesh culture. Like as you have mentioned, like you have your big family. Like most of the families are living with their parents and living with their grandparents, and we can see that we have these similarities. And I'm also actually I'm curious about the structure of the Bangladesh, because as I have seen from my research, that previously the three countries like Pakistan and India and Bangladesh are living harmoniously in as a one country or as a one society, but because of the intervention from the United Kingdom or the Great Britain, the one country subdivided into three independent countries, and one of that is the Bangladesh. And also, I'm also commend the Bangladesh government for allowing the Rohingya refugees to stay with your country and give support for them, especially that they are considering it as their country commits structural violence for them. As we can see now, they are the Rohingya is the largest refugees in the entire world. So my question now, Miss Sorry. Ma'am Rahaina is, in the case of Bangladesh, what are the, do you experience this kind of structural violence, like do the state commit violence against the people of Bangladesh or other the member of the community? Do you experience this kind of violence committed by the state?
Yes, we have committed because early marriage is very serious problem in our countries, and also eve-teasing and bullying. Some students and younger students bullying each other in their classroom also. For this reason, our government takes step. You know, my school is government school, so we have to teach them how to overcome this problem in our country. And nowadays, we included in our routine, in our class routine for this.
Thank you for that, Ma'am Ryan. I think this is also sorry, this is another question. Miss Facilitator, am I allowed to give my another questions?
Sir, yes,
Yes,
sir.
yes po, Doc.
Yes, this is also in relation to the gender-based violence, as the fourth speaker coming from India share the experience of India on the gender-based violence. Because here in the Philippines, especially here in the Bangsamoro region, there is an evident or manifestations that there is really an existing gender violence in our society, especially the gender equality, the treatment to the women sectors, and the treatment to some other sectors of our society. So I'm just curious on the on the case of the Bangladesh, is is there any gender-based violence that you think that you experience in your country, or even in your community? So can you share us, Mom, if there is or can you cite some gender-based violence that you personally observe from your community? I know this is not part of your topic, but I'm just curious if you can relate on the experience or narratives coming from from India or coming from the Philippines, that because as mentioned by the fourth speaker, that this is part of the sustainable development goals. In fact, it's on the number 5 top priority that needs to be addressed, or issues that need to be addressed: the women empowerment, the gender equality. So I'm just curious if you have also this kind of experience or narratives that where the gender rights are being violated by the state or even the community people in your country. Ma'am Raihana.
Please, could you repeat again?
Sorry, ma'am.
Repeat, please. Again, I cannot hear you at all. Because maybe because of internet connection, I couldn't understand everything at all.
Yes, ma'am. I think we have the same experience, like in the Philippines, we have also this slow internet connection. So my question, ma'am, is do you have any narratives or I know this is not part of your discussion or your topic, but this was discussed by the fourth speaker coming from India. Their case on the gender-based violence, and because as you have mentioned a while ago that India is very near in the
Near.
Bangladesh, yes, and
Yeah.
there might be some similarities in terms of
It's
implementations
culture and
of
everything is religions, everything is similar to us.
yes, yes, exactly, ma'am. So that's my questions. Do you have any narrative of gender-based violence or personal observation or experience in your country?
Yes, I have a lot of experience in our country, gender-based. In our family, if you know that, in our family, my mom always support my brother. He did something wrong, but he never tell him something. But when I did something for something wrong, then she shouted with me. In our family also practice. So we teach them, our students, by a cartoon Meena and Raju, how to. This is the gender. This is a cartoon of dependent on gender-based equality in our country. Some moms always think, some parents always think the girls never look after them in their old time, but when he affection any son, they always try to support their son, because when they go to the old time, that time their son look after them. For this reason, they always try to this equality for our family, in our family. It is one kind of example. And in our school also, some students come from their family. They have to do everything, every householding, and they help their hands to their mothers. But so when their son go to the school, but they have to know any work, and it is one kind of discrimination, I think, that this practice as well in this time also.
Yes, thank you for that, Ma'am Raihana. I think that will be all my questions. Thank you very much to our facilitator, Doc Mi and Doc Aida.
Thank you so much.
So, is there any queries? Ma'am Doc Aida, meron po bang question sa ating chat box?
Okay, thank you, Doc Hadi. So, actually, wala pa po. So, dear participants, if you have a queries or questions, you can raise your hand or you can put into chat box so that we can read it to address by the speakers po.
Sorry, the two facilitators. Actually, can I share?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you. This morning session, actually, there was a question on the chat box that asking like, if there are any initiatives to address the redo problems in our region, especially here in the Bangsamoro region. For the information of Ma'am Raihana, redo is a word from it's a local word used here in our community, which means family feud. So the family feud is or clan feud is very popular to us. So there was a question this morning that what the government doing to address this this problem. So hindi natin yata yun nasagot. It was not answered by some of the speakers because they are not part of the ministry or agency that particularly doing initiatives to address the problems on the redo. So as although I'm not I'm part of the I am Ministry of Public Order and Safety, but I'm not into the operation. But basically this is part of the programs and projects of the MPOS, the Ministry of Public Order and Safety. Like we do the redo settlement in our society, in our different in different provinces of our region. And also in doing this, we also capacitate the civil society organization, the community people to do the mediation, because we believe that isa yon sa makaka-prevent ng conflict sa ground. And ayun nga, we capacitate the civil society to be a mediators in their later ways. So far, that's the initiatives that we are being initiated by the Bangsamoro government. And marami pa. There are so many. There are other activities that being conducted by our ministry. I hope, unfortunately, Janine is more can elaborate more that about dun sa mga activities or programs that we are conducting. Unfortunately, ongoing yung conference niya sa India, and she was not able to address those questions nga. But nevertheless, that's the initiatives that the Bangsamoro government is doing to address these problems in our region. So with that, maraming salamat. Thank you very much.
So much. Here I see chat box, how to teach our students gender equality. In our country, our government provides stipend for girls students, and they learn everything. Their enrollment is also free, and and also our government provided books for girls education up to 1 to 12, grade 12. Start grade 1 and finish at grade 12. In this way, we try to overcome the gender discrimination.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Raihana. So this is another question. Good afternoon, Ma'am. Is the educational system in your country promote quality education? Do all learners given equal opportunities regardless of religions and economic stature? Thank you, Ma'am.
Thank you.
Ma'am Raihana.
Yes, Ma'am Doc Mian, can you repeat the question?
Okay.
Medyo mabilis po yung pagbasa.
So there is a question here in our chat box. Is the educational system in your country promotes quality education? Do all learners given equal opportunities regardless of religion and economic stature?
Of course, there is
Thank you.
no discrimination. There is no discrimination. Everybody enrolled in our classroom, all religions and all ethnic peoples, and free from everywhere for girls' education as well. because as I mentioned, our country is peaceful country.
So that will be our last question. Ma'am Doc and Sir.
Okay, so thank you.
Yes, I have already given the answer.
Yes, thank you, ma'am, for your answers and addressing those queries. So, Doc Naila, maybe let's move on and proceed to the awarding of certificates.
Okay, Ma'am Doc, thank you. Wait. So let us now move on to the awarding of certificates to the resource speaker as a token of appreciation for their time and valuable contribution to this afternoon session of webinar. So with that, may I request again our class president, Doc Fahad Ali, to read and award the content of certificate of recognition to all respected resource speakers.
Yes, thank you very much, Doc Naila and Doc Claire. Allow me to acknowledge the presence of our the head program program head for peace and development program, Dr. Brother Jose Arnold Alferez, and our class professor, Dr. Nuruddin D. Salam. Sir, Doc, good afternoon and assalamualaikum. And also allow me to extend my gratitude to our brilliant resource speakers, Ma'am Paramjit Kaur Dillon from India. I hope I give justice to the how it pronounced, and also Ma'am Raihana Haki from Bangladesh. It's our pleasure, Ma'am, to have you in our webinar this afternoon. And to give or to read the citation for the certificate of recognition, Republic of the Philippines, Cotabato State University Graduate School, Cotabato City. The certificate of recognition proudly presented to Paramjit Kaur Dillon in grateful recognition for her invaluable support and meritorious service rendered as speaker during the conduct of webinar on structural violence held on May 11, 2022 via Zoom platform. Given this 11th day of May 2022 at Cotabato State University, Cotabato City, Philippines. Signed by yours truly, Fahad Ali, as the class representative. Also, we have Dr. Nuruddin D. Salam, the course professor for this subject. Also, we have Dr. Tarhata Isdiamalon, the Dean of College, the Dean of Graduate School. And also, we have Dr. Srima G. Delna, the CS, the Cotabato State University President. Another certificate of recognition is presented to next to Ma'am Raihana Haki. Same citation. In our on dialect, maraming salamat po means thank you very much for joining us this afternoon, and hopefully we can still see each other in the other engagement. Thank you very much, ma'am.
So much. Thank you. But here is no sign.
Yes, ma'am. We
Yes.
will send the signed certificate. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. We will be sending your digital certificate with signatories already.
Okay.
So maybe it's tomorrow. Thank you once
Yes.
again. Thank you to our resource
Doc, can we
speakers.
have
Yes,
group
yes, of
photo?
course. Again, may we request to please open all your cameras for picture taking or screenshotting with our dear resource speaker, because maybe they will be leaving, ano? Ma'am Baishina, take charge po sa screenshotting.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Smile. Another one. 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much.
Okay. So before we will close our session, can we still have time, classmates, for another interactive games? Because Ma'am Baishina prepared something for us. Ma'am Baishina, Doc Press, we still have time for the interactive game. We still have time.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay, sige. Take it away, Ma'am Baishina.
Ay, hindi ko man tinatanggal.
Hey everyone, let's go back to www.kahoot.it. Thank you.
May we invite everyone to please join. Just type the www.kahoot.it and then place in the PIN number.
So here's the game pin 6808513. Ma'am Hazel, taking charge.
Yes, Ma'am Shin. Okay. Let's have our second round for this interactive game. So just click the link, www.kahoot.it in the chat box. And we have a new game pin na po. So 6808513. Okay, just type your name and click OK and go. Everyone is invited to join. Okay, we already have 2 players. 3. Okay. Six players. Okay, 7 pa rin po. Again, our game pin is 6808513. Waiting ang ating prizes. Classmates, you can join po. Okay, let's start. Ma'am Shin, please. Okay, pabilisan po tayo. Like what we had kanina. Okay, we are already 10. Okay. Okay, number 1, when do we celebrate International Day of Peace? Okay, red, yellow, blue, or green? Just click your answers. Okay, so the answer is color blue on 21st of September. And merong 5 nakakuha ng tamang sagot. Okay, for our scoreboard, we have Ma'am Nai as the highest, followed by Justice, Saria, Zai, and Marco. Okay, next, ma'am. When was the first Peace Day celebrated? 8, 1, we have the same. 8, okay, just pick the color, the color, I mean. So the correct answer is 8. Okay. So, I'm sorry. Okay, we have, the correct answer is, again, Ma'am Shin, I think it's, okay, for our scoreboard, nobody got the correct answer. Okay, for the scoreboard, we have still Ma'am Nai as the highest. Okay, so next question. Okay. Number 3. The International Day of Peace was proclaimed by the UN General Assembly and first celebrated in 1981. Okay. Next, Ma'am Shin. Okay, for our question number 4. Which of this is not a peace symbol? Okay, just look at the choices below and click your correct answers. So the correct answer is the red one. And let's check. Okay, again, it's Ma'am Nai who is in the first spot of our scoreboard, followed by Ma'am Sha, Jo, Justice, and Zaria. Next, Ma'am Shin, for the 5th question. What car make does this symbolize? Okay, what car make does this symbolize? Players, type your answer. So it's not true or false, but you type your answers.
Can I leave, please? I have another work. Can I
Okay,
leave?
the correct.
Okay.
Yeah, Miss
Ma'am.
Raihana, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. See you again next time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Okay, so the correct answer is Mercedes-Benz. And nobody
I am
got
always
the correct.
welcome to my country. I will invite you. I am inviting you. Please come. Okay. Bye-bye.
Yes, ma'am, we will.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Ma'am Nice is still on the number 1, followed by Sir Justice, ma'am, or Sir Jo, Sha, and Adi. Next, Ma'am Sheen, for our next question. Okay. Which peace symbol is the youngest? Which peace symbol is the youngest? Okay, so the correct answer is on the yellow one. It's a pink peace symbol. Okay, still up 3 places. Ma'am Naima Pendi is still. Ma'am Na is still on the number 1 spot. Not Ma'am Naima pala. Okay, next Ma'am Shin. This is the peace sign designed for the British nuclear disarmament movement in 1958. It's a colorful one. Okay, for number 8, peace is its own reward. Reward is a quote by. Peace is its own reward is a quote by who? Okay, it's from Mahatma Gandhi. And 2 got the correct answer. I mean. Okay. Oh, napalitan ang ating number 1 spot. We have Ma'am Jo or Sir Jo. Okay. Next Ma'am Shin. For our next question. Okay, it's Mahatma Gandhi, an Indian lawyer. Okay. Hello. Okay, an Indian lawyer, anti-colonial nationalist. Next. Ma'am Shin. The War and Peace novel was written by a Russian writer. And who? True or false? The War and Peace novel was written by a Russian writer. Okay, it's true. And still, Ma'am Jo or Sir Jo is on the number 1 spot. Followed by Ma'am Nai, Justice. Okay, it's Leo Tolstoy. Is a 1869 novel chronicles the French invasion of Russia and the impact of the Napoleonic era on Russian society. Okay. May pa-trivia dito, no? Thank you, Ma'am Shin. Okay, next. Number 12. The best way to make world a better place to live in. The best way to make world a better place to live in. What do you think is the correct answer? Okay. So the correct answer is okay, stop war, conflicts and terror acts. Okay, for number 13. Players, type your answer. What do the words belong to? What do the words belong to? Peace begins with a smile. Who do the words belong to? The correct answer is Mother Teresa. Okay, next, Ma'am Shane. Still, si Ma'am Jo pa rin. Okay, next, Ma'am. Okay, Mother Teresa is honored in the Catholic Church as Saint Teresa of Calcutta, an Albanian Indian Roman Catholic nun and a missionary. Okay. And the last question, who wrote the Give Peace a Chance song? Who wrote the Give Peace a Chance song? Okay, let's hear this one. Okay, it's John Lennon. And 7 got correct answer. And please, Ma'am Sheen, let's see if who is on the leaderboard. Okay, first we have Ma'am Jo or Sir Jo ba ito. Next, for second, we have Ma'am Manay. Then third is Justice. Only 3, ma'am, ang ating bibigyan ng prizes or 5?
So, 5 rin po. Sino po yung naka-top 4 dyan? Meron na pong naka-top 5 dito. So, please, paki-send na lang sa GC yung naka-top 4, please. Thank you.
Congratulations! Okay, that's it for our second round of our Kahoot game. Thank you!
So congratulations to the winners. So thank you, Ma'am, Doc Hazel and Doc Bai. So finally, a closing message will be given to us by Dr. Jose Arnold Alferez, the Program Head of Peace Development of CSU. Let's give him a virtual applause. Thank you. Doc?
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, Doc.
Yes, Doc.
Good afternoon po.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. In behalf of all the stakeholders of the graduate school, Cotabato State University, and our Department of Peace and Development, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all of you who organized this webinar on the issue of structural violence, especially to your professor, my classmate, my friend and brother, Dr. Nuruddin Salam. Doc, I would also extend my heartfelt gratitude to all our speakers from the different countries who spent their time with us by sharing their expertise and their experience of their own countries on how they were able to manage, prevent, or even resolve issues on violence. Of course, that includes physical, mental, or even spiritual. There is a Latin saying, sic vis pacem para bellum. This means literally, if you want peace, prepare for war. That's why the issue on structural violence came in. But we can do something to prevent this to happen. Lastly, I would borrow what Mother Teresa said, if you want peace, or peace begins with a smile. Then once again, thank you very much. Then by wearing your smile, you spread peace. God bless everyone. Daghang salamat. Dalaygon ang Diyos.
Yes. Thank you for that message, Doc Jose Arnold Alvarez, our Program Head of Peace Development of CSU. Thank you, Doc. So we have reached the end of our session. On behalf of Class PD710, Graduate School of CSU, together with our course professor, Dr. Nuruddin Salam, we would like to say thank you, everyone, for joining us today. Thank you so much for your interest and attention. Thank you again to our eminent resource speakers. But before we will click the leave button for this meeting, may we request again to mag-camera muna tayo, no, for another photo op, Mambay, or we will proceed now.
Yes.
So again, yes, well, again, before we forget, no, we have the evaluation form link. It's now available in the chat box. Please take time to open it, and we will appreciate your responses, moms and sirs. Again, please indicate your email address, correct email address, so that we can easily send your certificate of participation. So thank you, Doc Naila.
Yes, thank you, Doc Claire. So this time may we request everyone to please open your camera.
Okay, ready, smile. 1, 2, 3.
Please begin with a smile. Thank you, Doc.
Last one.
Peace time.
Thank you so much. Pakisend po ng mga cellphone numbers.
Thank
para
you.
manood na
Congratulations,
namin.
guys.
So I believe that ends our webinar session today. Thank you very much, everyone, for participating. God bless.
Yes, Doc Nuruddin Salam, any announcement? If you have any announcement, if none, we can click and the leave button. Congratulations, class PD710. Job well done to us. Thank you very much for the participation, of course, to our dear participants. We owe this to you, no? Thank you, thank you. Also to our mga very energetic class officers headed by Doc Press, Fahad Ali. And also
Thank
our
you, everyone.
ICT head, the Mambay Sheena, Ian. Thank you.
Ang swerte natin sa ating all-around IT.
Thank you. Congratulations. Dr. Redin Salam, any announcement po sa klase? Or nana po, Doc? Doc Press?
Sir Doc Nuruddin, may announcement po ba kayo?
Yes, Doc. Any announcement, Doc
Yes,
Press?
please listen to my announcement. Nagdawag si bro ba? Bro! Oh, thank you so much. Nag-crossing kwan pa ko dire ba? Announcement ba? Kuma naman, pero announcement sa klase. International. I advise them to listen, students. I am talking to our chairman. I am asking them to prepare a document on this so that we can use it in our accreditation. Is that correct, Sir Alperes? So they have to compile the report on this, the proceeding, the photo, the sessions, the lectures given by the international lecturer, as well as the evaluation of the program. Yes. Oo, para magamit nato sa atong leveling sa atong program. Yes. Oh, apit na gyud, no? So very timely students, ha. This is a very good opportunity and a very good accomplishment that you contributed a lot in the upgrading of our academic requirement in our degree on peace as well as other programs in the graduate. Yeah. So in behalf of our chairman, who is now with me by mobile phone, we'd like to thank all of you to this very good program and activity. So thank you very much, Sir Chairperson, ha? Sige, sige. I will call you later, Sir Bro, ha? Meron akong ibang sa imo, ha? Sige, sige. Bye-bye. Alright, guys. Mabuhay ang klase na structural violence. This is very good accomplishment as what you have I have mentioned you. Just prepare a written report on this and 2 copies. One for the graduate college and one for me. There are 2 copies to be prepared. A documentary compilation, either spiral or ring bound or soft bound or hard bound. It depends upon you. Attach everything there. Starts with the communication letters, appendix, no? And then rationale behind, and then the content, the proceeding of the webinar, including question and answer, including profile of the speaker, and the slides, the presentations of the speaker, the photos of all of us, including the program, no? The flow of the program. So thank you very much for everyone. I would make my further announcement by Sunday. But to assure you, pagandahin nyo na itong inyong compilation dahil ito na ang magiging final exams nyo sa akin.
Yay!
No more final exam.
Yan ang
So,
magandang announcement.
Yay!
dahil sa
Yay!
pagod
Doc,
ninyo,
syukran.
Thank you, Doc.
dahil sa pagod ninyo,
Thank you,
Salamat,
Doc.
sir.
wala na tayong exam sa akin kundi ito na.
Yes.
Pero ang condition, pagandahin yung report. Pag hindi ko magustuhan ng report, mag-exam kayo. So pagandahin yung report.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you. Thank you for the compliments, Doc. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doc.
You did a very good program. Hindi basta-basta mag-organize ng international webinar. But now, nag-attend ang klase ko na isa dito, yung theories. Ini-invite naman din kayo ulit sa aming webinar. We'll just post the link here. Ang webinar namin is maganda kasi international din. It's about concept and theories. No other than the founder of Peace Education ang speaker namin. So that is my Saturday class. So sino mga bakante lang, pwedeng mag-attend ulit doon para exchange. So that's all for this afternoon. I commend and I congratulate each and everyone, your class officers, the president, and the one who facilitated this forum webinar. You got a very good rating on this. Alhamdulillah, very good performance. No, you have a very good performance. So I have nothing to say except thank you and congratulations. Kung may mga tanong kayo, I have 5 minutes to entertain.
So siguro wala na, no? On behalf of my partner, Doc Claire
Yes.
Macabalang, this
Yes,
is
yes,
Naila
Doc
Timothy
Naila.
Bang, your facilitator today's webinar. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc Naila Mittenbang, and I am Claire Macabalang, signing off na po. So, thank you,
May tanong
everyone.
ako.
Yes.
Thank you mga dokis.
Mag-issue ba kayo ng certificate? Mag-issue ba kayo ng certificate?
Yes, Doc. Yes, Doc.
Okay, very nice. no?
We collected their,
Paano
their
nila
email
makuha? Paano
we
nila
collected
makuha?
Yes, Doc, we
Email
collected
ad?
their email ad po. Then, Ma'am
Okay,
Sheena will distribute the
Nice
digital
one.
cert. Yes, po.
So, bye everyone.
Bye, Doc. Bye, classmates.
Congrats,
Bye
Ma'am
po. Congrats, Ma'am Naila. Congrats to all.
Congratulations.
Congrats,
Yung sa
20
participant natin po
classmates.
na certificate, Doc. Doc Pakat.
Yes, we will send it via email po.
Email.
Yes,
Email
sige
po.
po. Bye.
Success.
Thank you so much. Congrats.
Permission to
Bye.
leave.
Bye. Permission to leave.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Permission to end the Zoom meeting. Thank you.